Namaste and a very good morning to all. We extend a very warm and heartful welcome to all the delegates of this wonderful conference on laying a foundation for the sustainable green revolution from India to the world. We especially extend a warm and heartful welcome to Ms. Hanitriniana from Madagascar, who is among us as a special guest for today's session. Yesterday has been one of the most interesting, informative, and insightful sessions on the green revolution, on new and innovative techniques, and on a number of measures that are being adopted by the Heartfulness Institute to create a model village, a heartful village. With that foundation of the conference, we move to day 2 today, where we will be exploring further all these concepts and a few interesting launches as well. So we will begin with a meditation session so that we can all just settle down and be ready to take in more that lies in store for all of us today. So, like yesterday, we will do the heartfulness meditation, which will be preceded by the heartfulness relaxation. I will just gently remind everyone about the method for heartfulness meditation. We sit comfortably, and after a brief process of heartfulness relaxation, where it helps the body and the mind to settle down, we bring our attention to the heart and we begin with the supposition that the source of divine light is within the heart. With this, we gently relax and move from the thought of the divine light in the heart to a very gentle, relaxed feeling of the presence. If the mind wanders into different thoughts, we don't resist them. We simply bring our attention back to the heart and gently remind ourselves that we are meditating. So, if we are all ready, shall we begin? Let us just sit comfortably, close our eyes, take a few long, deep breaths in. With each outgoing breath, let us simply relax. Bring your attention to the feet. Wiggle your toes. Feel them relax. We prayerfully invite the healing energy from the earth to move into the body. We allow this healing energy to relax every part of the body as it passes through. Feel the presence of this energy in the feet. Heels, ankles, and soles. Permit the energy to rise, relaxing the calf muscles, knees, upper legs, to the waist, the lower part of the body is becoming relaxed. Bring your attention to the lower back area. Feel the relaxation in the lower back. Upper back, whole back is now relaxed. Bring your attention to the abdominal area. Feel the presence of the healing energy. Relax the entire area, inside and outside. Invite the energy to rise to the chest, deeply relaxing the entire chest area. Bring your awareness to the shoulders. Feel them becoming loose and relaxed, melting away. The energy is moving into the arms, relaxing the upper arms, elbows, wrists, palms, to the fingertips. Both arms are now relaxed. The energy is rising through the neck, relaxing the neck muscles. To the face. Feel the deep relaxation in the jaws. Mouth. Nose and ears. Eyes. Forehead. The top of the head. The entire head is relaxed. Gently scan your body from the toes to the top of the head, prayerfully inviting the healing energy to relax any part if there is any tightness or tension. Mind is calm. Gently move your awareness to your heart. The source of the divine light is deep within the heart. It is attracting our attention inwards. Feel yourself move deeper into the source of the light in the heart. If there are any thoughts, simply let them be. Gently bring your attention back to the heart and remind yourself that you are meditating on the source of the light in the heart. Please start meditation. So just remain seated with our eyes closed for a few more moments, allowing the feeling to settle within. Whenever we feel we are ready, we may gently open our eyes. We are certain that everybody would be feeling more relaxed, peaceful, and centered. Is that so? If you're feeling so, you can just let us know with a smile. We have found here in Heartfulness that each day, as we begin the day with a few minutes of meditation, it allows us to be in a space where we are able to be in the present moment, fully focused on the task ahead, whether it is a new project, a new activity, and somehow it ends up leading us to more effective performance of tasks, time management, and so many other things just naturally come when we begin the day with a few minutes of meditation. We are absolutely delighted to have with us on the second day of this conference a very special guest from Madagascar. We once again heartfully welcome Ms. Raza Findrahanta Hanetriniana, engineer of water and forests and the focal point of global soil partnerships for the Ministry of Environment of Madagascar. She is the project promoter of green infrastructure and resilient landscapes and coordinates the activities of Interra at Madagascar. A forestry engineer with 25 years of experience, particularly in reforestation, she has extensive knowledge of the different kinds of forests in Madagascar. She also leads multiple projects of Red plus Carbon, an introduction to ARR carbons with the private sector. Ms. Raza represents Madagascar at the group of World Soil Partners, taking care of exchange and contributions to research on the restoration of degraded soils. We are privileged to have Ms. Raza among us today, and I now invite Ms. Raza to please come and talk to us about the work she does. As the guest of honor, we respectfully invite her to the dais. I also invite Ms. Ekta to lead us through the translation of Ms. Raza's talk.
Good evening, good morning, everybody. Sorry, I thank to do my presentation in French because my pronunciation is very bad in English. Sorry. Euh, C'est un grand plaisir, c'est un grand honneur de moi de représenter Madagascar ici dans dans ce centre. C'est vraiment un honneur de représenter Madagascar ici.
So I'm very happy and very honored to be here to represent Madagascar as a country.
Madagascar, c'est un grand île qui se trouve à l'est de l'Afrique. C'est un grand île qui s'étend sur 59 000 km².
Madagascar is a large island off the east coast of Africa with 59 million hectares of land.
C'est un pays tropical, là où passe le tropique de Capricorne dans le sud de Madagascar.
It's a tropical country with the Tropic of Capricorn, which crosses the southern part of Madagascar.
C'est entouré de la mer. À l'est, c'est l'océan Indien et à l'ouest, c'est le canal de Mozambique.
You have the Indian Ocean on the eastern side, and on the western part, you have the Mozambique Canal.
Et maintenant, on va parler ce qui se passe vraiment à Madagascar.
Now I'd like to show you what's actually happening in Madagascar.
Please.
Next slide, please.
Donc, comme Madagascar est une grande île, il se trouve au niveau international, il a sa position surtout face aux conventions internationales.
So Madagascar definitely has its place in the international convention due to not just its size but also its position.
Et comme il y a la convention internationale, c'est la convention de Rio. Madagascar est membre de cette convention, signataire des 3 conventions de Rio, notamment la convention sur la diversité biologique. Comme c'est un pays riche en biodiversité, c'est vraiment intéressant donc d'intégrer, de signer cette convention sur la diversité biologique.
It's interesting to note that Madagascar has signed important conventions like the Rio Convention, given its extremely interesting biodiversity of the island of Madagascar. So it has signed 3 different treaties, one of them being the Convention of Diversity of Biodiversity.
Ce pays également, c'est très grand victime du changement climatique et c'est la raison que Madagascar a signé, a intégré dans la Convention sur le changement climatique.
Madagascar is a victim. It's by and large, one of the greatest victims of climate change and the result of climate change. So automatically, the Climate Change Convention is one that they have signed.
Et enfin, la 3e convention qui est la lutte contre la désertification. Madagascar commence maintenant à être un pays victime de cette désertification, notamment le grand sud de Madagascar qui est frappé fortement de cette désertification et 40% des terres malgaches deviennent maintenant des sols dégradés vu suite aux événements d'érosion, d'utilisation de feux répétitifs et ça dégrade le sol.
Madagascar is also very high in the problem zone of desertification of land and soil. 40% of Madagascar is today a desert area, and the erosion of soil, the different problems that they face because of soil erosion and other issues, has given it its place to sign the convention to combat and to battle desertification.
Et maintenant, Madagascar a déjà élaboré quelques documents pour faire face à toutes ces situations-là.
So Madagascar has already worked on quite a few strategies and documents to combat these problems.
Comme 85% de la biodiversité de Madagascar sont endémiques au pays,
85% of the vegetation in Madagascar is endemic to the country.
nous avons élaboré un plan stratégique et un plan d'action pour sauver cette biodiversité unique au monde.
So they have come up with a very specific plan, an action plan to save this extremely special and unique biodiversity of the world.
Et face au changement climatique, nous avons également déterminé notre contribution au niveau national et élaboré la stratégie générale pour l'adaptation au changement climatique.
They have contributed to the climate change problem solutions for the world by creating a very specific plan of action for climate change, which of course stems from the issues that they've seen in Madagascar.
Et nous avons également élaboré, not yet,
Bring it down back, please.
nous
Thank you.
avons élaboré la stratégie de neutralité de dégradation des terres.
Another strategy which has been developed is land degradation neutrality.
I don't know how to use. Et continue. Pour les actions qui sont menées actuellement, nous avons et je continue. Maintenant, nous avons créé des aires protégées sur les forêts restantes de Madagascar, s'étend sur 7 millions d'hectares, ces aires protégées.
So today, 7 million hectares of forest is protected in Madagascar, which is an important part of the action.
Et les activités que je vais présenter aujourd'hui concernent surtout la mise en œuvre des actions d'adaptation dans la stratégie de lutte contre le changement climatique.
Today, I'll be presenting a few actions with you, which you will see as part of our way to protect the land, the climate change.
Et aussi la lutte contre la désertification, la Grande Muraille verte.
And a plan of action against drought, which is called the Great Green Wall.
After?
Next one, please.
L'objectif de Madagascar sont de maintenir d'abord cette méga biodiversité comme solution face au changement climatique. Nous avons mené beaucoup d'efforts sur le maintien de ce statut Madagascar biodiversité.
One of the main things is to maintain this biodiversity, which is very, very important and unique in Madagascar.
Les lémuriens sont 100% endémiques de Madagascar.
Like you see, the lemurians are 100% endemic species to Madagascar. You don't find them anywhere else in the world yet.
Et jusqu'à maintenant, Madagascar constitue aussi un pays puits de carbone, c'est-à-dire que ces pays à séquestration de carbone. L'image, c'est un des forêts qui se trouve dans l'est de Madagascar.
The image that you see is one of the forests in the east of Madagascar, and Madagascar is well known as being one of the countries which is called a carbon sink country.
Il est important de maintenir ce statut puits à carbone.
Extremely important to maintain the status of carbon sink.
Et la troisième photo, ce sont les populations qui se trouvent au sud de Madagascar, frappées par la famine, par la désertification. Il y a des terres infertiles.
And the third photograph that you see is of populations which live to the southern part of Madagascar who are very badly hit by famine and drought and difficult conditions due to climate change.
L'objectif, c'est donc de faire sortir ces populations de la vulnérabilité et d'être résilients au changement climatique.
It's very important to help these populations who are, however, resilient to get out of these conditions which are affecting them rather badly.
Next. Le théorie de changement, c'est de prendre en main par le ministère de l'Environnement et du Développement durable le lead de la reforestation, restauration des sols et restauration de la biodiversité.
There's a very important plan of action being put in place, which we call the theory of change. So, the Ministry for Environment and Sustainability in Madagascar is working hard on the adaptation of a plan which involves technical guidance for reforestation and conversion of soils, restoration of soils.
Nous avons adopté donc un plan et des techniques, des produits, des guides techniques pour la reforestation, la restauration forestière, la restauration des sols, afin qu'on puisse avoir un outil de planification et de mise en œuvre sur terrain.
So it's very important that first they go through this phase of reforestation, regenerating the soil, so that then they can plan on how they can take this forward in the next step of work towards changing the country.
Et Madagascar a initié également la collaboration avec le secteur privé, surtout pour la régénération des sols.
So Madagascar, yes, has been part of regeneration of soil in several different sectors as a country.
Et dans ce sens, nous avons élaboré le plan de gestion et le plan de sécurisation afin que beaucoup d'investisseurs s'intéressent à investir à Madagascar sur la restauration des sols.
So the plan of action has also been created so that investors and interested companies can come to Madagascar and invest and present themselves as key actors and stakeholders in the plan of changing and reforestation in Madagascar.
Et deuxième théorie de changement, c'est l'élaboration d'un environnement favorable pour les activités humaines. Là, on a beaucoup mené des activités de fixation des dunes en plantation des cicales et des plants rampants pour couvrir le sol.
So another thing is to help the populations who can be then supported through the actions we have been trying to, not just for climate change and reforestation, but to enable populations, local populations. One of those ideas is to fix dunes, sand dunes, by adding plants like sisal and creeping plants on the floor, on the ground.
Et là aussi, on utilise les techniques agroforestières, c'est-à-dire l'ensemble de l'agriculture et de la foresterie, de l'élevage même, pour avoir des différenciations entre les plants qui se développent et ne fait pas concurrence sur la fertilisation de sol.
So they're monitoring a lot the kind of plants they are putting in so that there is no competition between the new plants which come in and the plants which are endemic, which are already growing.
Et enfin, donc, c'est la troisième théorie de changement, c'est d'intégrer la population qui vit autour de des zones très dégradées à être responsables sur leur futur, sur leur terrain.
So another way of doing this is to responsibilize or hold responsible the local population so that they can take charge of the reforestation and the actions that are being taken in their area.
En fait, ils sont victimes, mais ils sont aussi responsables de la dégradation des terres. Donc là, on a besoin de solutions immédiates, solutions intermédiaires et des solutions à long terme. Maintenant, on les paye en cash forward, c'est-à-dire qu'on paye journalièrement, mais une partie de leur argent sont épargnés pour créer des futurs emplois qu'ils pensent faire.
Okay, so this is interesting. What they're doing with local populations who are, of course, victims of climate change and reforestation, they are also, because of course they are victims, but they're also responsible for the degradation of forests and the climate problems. So they are going to enable these populations to not just earn, so that's what they call cash for work. They're given a certain amount of cash for all the protective measures that they get involved with, but a part of what they earn is given back to be able to sustain these projects. So it's involving the local populations to become more responsible for their actions through this kind of a model.
Pour la gestion de l'eau, on a installé également des forages à usage multiple afin de résoudre les problèmes d'eau sur terrain.
So multiple usage forage is used, and they have put these solutions where there are severe water problems.
Et la reforestation qu'on a menée, c'est pas une simple reforestation, mais aussi de créer des chaînes de valeur, des filières vertes. Après quelques années, il y a des fruits qu'on peut collecter. Il y a par exemple des cafés, des girofles et tout ça. C'est pour créer de valeur après.
So it's interesting that agroforestry is being used so that the local population can then count on things like coffee production, clou de girofle, c'est quoi en français? C'est cloves, coffee, and certain such plants which can, I mean, agroforestry, which they can use afterwards for their own system of.
Next.
Thank you.
La situation initiale dans le sud de Madagascar, c'est à gauche. Là, il y a le vent dans la direction qui vont couvrir les sols et même les forêts. Et tout a été détruit par les sables qui se déplacent à l'intérieur de la terre.
So if you look at the left side of the slide, you'll see this image as one of the typical formations of sands and dunes, which is caused by winds which bring them in further and further into the land and cause so this degradation, which is rather important.
On appelle Tsukatim ou Tiumen, vent du sud, vent rouge du sud.
It's called Sikatimo and Tiomen, which are the two names which are given to the specific wind which blows from the southern part.
Et le résultat, c'est le dune de sable qui est en bas.
And you can see the dunes of sand, which is again another big photograph there, which are extensive there.
Et il est très difficile d'avoir de l'eau suite à cet ensablement très grand.
So because of the sand, you will see that finding water becomes more and more difficult, and even the wells run dry.
Et les bœufs qui constituent des richesses n'ont plus aussi de l'eau à boire.
So if you look at the animal husbandry industry, which is one of the biggest wealth for local populations, which is finding it difficult to seek water, and that's one part which is becoming also complicated for the local population now.
Et le résultat donc de la sécheresse et la désertification.
So it's dryness, more and more desertification and drought. Slide, please.
Next. L'action de mise en place des infrastructures vertes et paysages résilients Nous avons planté des espèces qui sont adaptées aux conditions climatiques arides et subarides. Là, nous avons planté des cysales et aussi des espèces qui supportent la sécheresse.
So if you look, here are some possibilities and what we've been exploring. So planting such trees as sisal on top that you see, and those which can live in drought-like conditions to start changing the situation of dunes.
Et nous avons mené également des reforestations à grande échelle. On fait le labour du sol et on plante des espèces à croissance rapide pour répondre aux besoins actuels en charbon de bois, en bois énergie et surtout en couverture de sol.
So another action is to plant trees or plants which grow very rapidly. So that's one of the immediate measures which has been taken, so that they can, of course, have charcoal. They can have different products that comes from the trees or the wood or the forest.
Et nous avons utilisé également des brises-vent pour faire barrière entre le sable et les zones agricoles afin d'alléger l'effet du vent sur les sols agricoles.
So they have planted certain species to be able to create a green barrier between dunes and the zones where the planting and the forestation has been restarted.
Et le peu de sources d'eau qui restent, on va les protéger pour assurer une gestion durable, si encore un très défi à faire.
And the little bit of water that still remains there is being conserved and used to be able to regenerate these plantations or this agroforestry.
Next, please.
Next one, please.
Ce sont donc les plantations des cysales et des plantes rampantes qui couvrent le sol pour maintenir les sables à ne pas se déplacer vers la forêt à côté, qui sont déjà menacés par l'ensablement.
You can see here how they are doing this plantation with local populations' help of protecting the forest, which remains the cover that you see in the last photograph at the bottom. Forest cover, which still remains, being protected from the dunes by the plantation of these specific sisal and creepers.
Et les activités sont effectuées par la population qui sont victimes et eux-mêmes, ils participent activement sur les actions de reforestation afin qu'ils puissent être convaincus de la nécessité, de l'importance de cette couverture du sol.
So it's very interesting to see how the vulnerable population, the people who are really hit by this problem, are the ones who are being invited to participate in this work so that they become more responsible, more aware, and finally actors convinced of the need of such action.
Next. Next, please. Et pour assurer la reforestation, on a mis en place également des grandes pépinières pour produire les jeunes plants à mettre en terre.
So they have created large scale nurseries for being able to get their own plants to be able to reforest, and that is also another major action the country is taking.
Et à côté de ces pépinières, nous avons installé des forages avec de l'énergie solaire.
So if you look at the third photograph there, those are wells which have been dug and being used of course, to water these nurseries, and those are run on solar power.
La photo où je suis là, c'est une plante plantée au mois de mars 2024 et j'étais là au mois de mai et ça pousse très bien.
If you look at the plant that I'm holding in the first photograph, it was planted in March 2024. And now I saw it again in the month of May and it's doing very well. So there's a lot of hope that we are creating.
Next, please. Next, please. Et la collaboration de gouvernement avec le secteur privé, ça a commencé depuis 2-3 ans à mobiliser la population locale de faire des reboisements à grande échelle sur des terres dégradées.
So if you look at that, recently the private sector has been getting more and more involved since the last 2 or 3 years by inviting and paying the local population to get involved in the planting and the reforestation activities
La
on a large
photo,
scale. Vas-y, non, c'est bon.
la photo avec des populations, ça c'est une séance de sensibilisation, de lutte contre les feux, qui est vraiment le menace des activités de reforestation et de la destruction des forêts restantes.
If you look at this, the photograph in the middle, it's one of those groups who are working very hard, combating one of the major problems that Madagascar has of forest fires which are lit or fires which are rampant in Madagascar, to be able to clear out land for agriculture, which they've been doing as a major practice. So that is one of the actions that is being taken to help the population.
Puisque les feux constituent le premier ennemi de la forêt, surtout à Madagascar, on utilise encore des feux pour la production, pour le nettoyage des terrains de terrains agricoles. Et ça, c'est pas encore maîtrisé.
So this is something that we are still not able to contain, this problem, which is, I think, the biggest problem in Madagascar today, of populations clearing out forest to be able to clear land by fire, by using fire.
Et finalement, donc, on a planté également des plantes autochtones, des plantes endémiques de Madagascar pour enrichir, pour réhabiliter les forêts détruites par le défrichement.
So one of the major actions is planting endemic species again to be able to reforest, which is something they're very, very careful about.
Et ça a bien repris. La photo, c'est du raffia.
C'est quoi?
Raffia.
C'est la plante raffia, c'est ça?
Oui.
Okay. So if you see this last photograph, so these endemic plants, they grow very quickly and they're very adapted to the climate and the soil of Madagascar, and they're growing very well.
Cette plante est utilisée souvent pour des fibres. Leurs fibres sont utilisées pour des sacs, pour fabriquer des sacs, des arts.
Okay. So raffia is a plant which is used to weave a lot of things like baskets and stuff that the local population uses extensively.
Next. Face à tous ces efforts, il y a encore beaucoup à faire. Madagascar est très grande. Ce ne sont que des commencements de la restauration des terres, restauration des sols.
So Madagascar is a massive island and there is a lot that remains to be done, obviously.
Et le premier défi, est-ce que ça sort pas les...
Ah, les photos, ça sort pas? Can you
Non,
just click again, please, on the slide? Oui, il y a un souci des photos. Hein.
OK.
Next one, please.
Next. Là, donc, c'est au niveau de la gouvernement, au niveau du gouvernement de Madagascar, il y a toujours des changements de leader. Donc, les techniciens ne peuvent pas travailler, ne peuvent pas bien travailler, ne peuvent pas apporter ce qu'ils savent, ce qui est de leur connaissance, et ça constitue encore un grand défi pour Madagascar.
So we have one of the major problems, which is governments change rather rapidly. And because of that, anything that is put in place as a policy risks changing every time the government changes. And we're having a lot of difficulties with that.
Les activités de restauration restent encore à faire puisque c'est encore la politique qui prime à Madagascar, c'est un défi.
So there's a lot of challenges that we face with the politics.
Et l'utilisation de l'appel à investissement avec le secteur privé, il y a encore la sécurisation de terrain à faire pour assurer l'installation de ces investisseurs.
So, of course, we call upon the private sector to be able to help and put up all the infrastructure that is required.
Comme je travaille avec le groupe Action, c'est un groupe indien aussi.
Axion is run by an Indo-Pakistani group of companies, and I work for them too.
Il veut apporter beaucoup sur la restauration, régénération des sols, mais il y a toujours des difficultés qui se présentent sur la sécurisation foncière.
There's always a lot of challenges about the way we can protect our infrastructures and in place putting up whatever we have to, because it's not easy for people to understand and adapt to the projects that are being put in place.
Et finalement, c'est la pérennisation des infrastructures vertes qu'on avait commencé à installer. Comment pérenniser les entretiens, assurer les activités de maintien de ces infrastructures qu'on a mis en place.
And another challenge that we face, of course, is to just maintain and support more and more whatever changes and stuff that we've put in place.
Est-ce que la population locale va continuer ou il reste toujours des observateurs? Ça, c'est le grand défi.
Will it continue? Will the changes that we have put in place or the actions that we have put in place continue? That is something that we are always sincerely worried about.
Et c'est ça donc ce que je voudrais présenter avec vous. Merci de votre aimable attention.
I'd love to present this all to you so that you have an idea of what's going on. And thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Je laisse mon contact avec Madame Ekta et on peut toujours continuer à faire des échanges.
So she said she'd leave her contacts with me, and that if you have anything that you would like to work on or contribute with the country of Madagascar and with Madame Anitra, who is representing the government of Madagascar and the group Axian, you could always get in touch with her. She invites all the collaboration she can find, and she's very excited and happy to be with you and here. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Ms. Raza. This was most informative about the work that is happening in Madagascar, and especially about breaking the barriers of the innovation cycle. We are very grateful to you for your presence here in the conference. And I now invite Mr. Jose Ignacio, CFO, Plasma Waters, Inc., and Mr. Joaquin, General Manager, Plasma Waters, Chile, to please come and felicitate Ms. Raza. We also invite Ms. Ekta to please stay back for the felicitation. We are grateful to Ms. Ekta for the translation. With this, we now move ahead to a very special part of the morning session of today. We are delighted to share with everyone that we have a new breakthrough, a new remarkable innovation, a new plasma water generator machine that is being launched today for the first time in the world. And this conference is where it is happening. So I now invite Ms. Pragya Kalia to please come and share with us about this plasma water generator And I invite her to come and initiate the launch of this machine as well.
Very good morning, everyone. So to do the honors, I would like to have Mr. Robert Hart, President and Global CEO of Plasma Waters, Inc., to talk about plasma water machine that we have. And just a very quick time alert for my friends at the media room. The Chief Secretary of UP is about to join us. So I would like the Zoom link to be please made live and please connect with him there. May I also have the lights off on the stage? Robert, can we have you on the stage, please? Friends in the media room, can you switch on Robert's mic, the collar mic? Headband mic, I mean to say.
Yes, unmuted. Okay, thank you. So, I think we need to unveil it now, Braga. Maybe if you join me and help me to unveil it. And we have no music here. Maybe Star Wars music would be appropriate. Yeah, I'm very proud and really honored to present to you the new generation of our plasma water generator. And as you heard yesterday, it has the number 4.0. So this was developed over the last 1.5 years. And the reason why we need to develop this new device is very simple. First of all, what you have seen yesterday here in the tour, so was the device which helped us really to develop the technology. There's music. So,
Please stop the music.
so thanks for stopping the music. So I'm not a good dancer, so therefore it's better to do without the music. So I would like to, because I said that was an effort of more than 1.5 years, an effort of the entire team of Plasma Waters worldwide. So, and therefore I want to also invite the team here to join me on stage. So first of all, of course, the initiator of the technology is our founder, Alfredo Solesi. I would like to invite Alfredo to join me on stage. Then, of course, we have also our board members here. So Ini Gildimich, our chair of the board, please join us. We have Brian here. Please, Brian, Ring, join us as well. Then we have our colleagues and friends from Chile here. So Joaquin, and of course, Jose Ignacio, and our CRO, Jerry Suchovicki, please join us. So for unveiling this very important next step in our technology. So Alfredo, if you join me and Ini, just to lift the curtain and unveil the device. It's somehow stuck here, so you see, do it like this, and here we have the device. So that's number one. Yeah, of course. So here we have another device. Maybe I would like to ask Dr. Sairam and also Anil from Samunnati and also Dr. Sairam from Urban Kisan. So we have an additional device for that, which is also very, very important. Maybe you join me to unveil this additional device. And then I say a few words about the machine itself. Wonderful. I don't want to give you a lecture now about the machine here, how it works, but just a little bit of an overview. You saw yesterday the first generation of the device, which was developed with our Chile team under the leadership of Alfredo. So, and this device was really helping us to develop the technology, bring it in the first stage into the market. But when you bring something in the market, you need to have more capacities, you need to have more throughput, and you need to have more features to help you to develop further solutions for our customers. And that is what we did with the new generations, the PWG 4.0. You see, it looks very robust, and it needs to be very robust because it is an agricultural device. So it's very modularized. So because that makes it sure that we can service it very easily with our service team. So, and that we can exchange things which need maintenance or doesn't work properly. So we have an additional feature here. You see this here on this side. So that is very important. There are sensors who measure the water quality going into the machine, but also the quality of the plasmized water coming out of the machine. And it's collecting data for us about how the water really then is composed, and helps us in the future then also to develop new recipes for our customers, for our farmers. So here you have an automation module. This is the power module. That is a hydraulic module. And here you have a filter module to filter the water. And this is a very important new device. We call that the telemetry module that connects our device to our plasma waters cloud. And as you heard, we measure everything now from the operations, but also from the water quality. And with this module, bring in the cloud, and then we know exactly how the coloration is between the water and also, for example, the climate conditions around our installations. Then we can combine climate conditions, soil conditions in our cloud, do the analytics, and based on the analytics, we see how it works, and then we can optimize our recipes for the plasmized water. It's very easy to operate. You can operate, of course, this directly at the device via this HMI module, and it's also operable by handheld, by a smartphone or by a tablet. So it's very easy to operate. So that is basically our new device. We roll that out now here into India. So we have, as we speak, 4 of those devices here in India. They are currently produced in Germany, but since January, February on, we will localize the production here in India for India. So that means this will be produced in India with our Indian manufacturing partners. So I think that is a quick introduction. So, and I'm really looking forward to work with our partners. So together, our science partners, our manufacturing partners, and also our service partners. And I looking forward really to this rollout of this new generation. And as I said, that's just a starting point because that is a platform. You heard there is a cloud feature we have right now. And you will see in the next years more of those machines with more features coming into the market for you, for the farmers, for the farming communities, and for our science and channel partners. So that's it. Thank you, sir, so very much. Yeah, and then we do a photograph. So, and that is also an important device here. So, Pragya, please join me. Smile. Thank you very much. Please. Please have a seat. I think Pragya, can we stay here?
Can I have the mic on? Thanks, everyone. May I now quickly request Robert, Inni, Alfredo to please stay back. Anil, can you please take your chairs because we are going to be beginning a session with Chief Secretary of Uttar Pradesh. Robert. Friends, are we ready? Is the Zoom link on? Dr. Sairam? Is Shri Manoj Kumar Singh online? Can I have confirmation? Not yet? Okay, so till he joins, for the friends from farming community, all my friends, my special guest, the farmer producer companies directors, I will switch to Hindi and I will talk about the machine that we have just unveiled. So मुझे पता है कि आप सब काफ़ी देर से इंतज़ार कर रहे थे कि हम कुछ इसके बारे में हिंदी में भी बताएं। रॉबर्ट ने आपको इंग्लिश में अभी समझाया इस मशीन के बारे में। तो can I just take few minutes just to explain in Hindi? Because meanwhile, Manoj Kumar Singh sir is joining. So ये जो मशीन है आप देख रहे हैं, इससे पहले आप में से कितने लोग हैं जिनके पास प्लाज्मा वाटर्स की मशीन ऑलरेडी लगी है? हाथ प्लीज ऊपर करिए। 1, 2, 3, राइट? ओके, 5, 4-5 लोग हैं, ठीक है। हमारी इस वक्त टोटल 8 मशीनें लगी हैं और ये जो नई मशीन अभी आई है आपके सामने, ये हमारा, इसको हम वर्जन 4.0 बोलते हैं, पर नाम पे मत जाइए। काम इसका बहुत बेहतरीन है और मैं आपको समझाना चाहूँगी कि ये मशीन हमने क्यों लॉन्च किया है। जो आपके पास जो पहली मशीन है वो और इस मशीन में कोई फ़र्क नहीं है इन टर्म्स ऑफ जो आपका जिसमें जो उपयोगिता है वो उतनी ही है, जो बेनिफिट्स हैं वो भी वही है, उसमें कोई फ़र्क नहीं आने वाला है। तो आप ये मत सोचिएगा कि ये जो मशीन नई आ रही है इसमें कोई अलग बेनिफिट है। बेनिफिट मशीन वही देगी जो आपके पास है, जो आप यूज़ कर रहे हैं। ये मशीन को हम इसलिए लेके आए हैं, इसको आप मशीन ना समझें, इसको एक प्लेटफ़ॉर्म समझें। प्लेटफ़ॉर्म का मतलब ये है कि इस मशीन पे हम बहुत सारे फीचर्स जो हमारे किसान भाइयों को चाहिए, असल में फ़ील्ड पे, वो हम लेके आएँगे। जो मशीन आपके पास ऑलरेडी है, वो काम करती है, लेकिन उसमें वो फीचर्स हम फिर बाद में इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे। जो हम इस मशीन में लेके आएँगे, सेम हम उसमें भी इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे। और कुछ जगह पे हम ये जो मशीन लगाएँगे, इसमें आप देखेंगे कि जो इसकी कैपेसिटी है, वो आज आपके पास जो मशीन है, वो समझिए कि 3000 एकड़ तक सर्विस करती है। तो इस मशीन के थ्रू हम और ज़्यादा एकरेज को सर्विस कर पाएँगे और उसके अलावा हम इस मशीन में सबसे बड़ी फ़ायदा ये है कि जो हमारा जो टेम्परेचर है इंडिया में, उसके हिसाब से ये बनाई गई है। तो आप सब जो लोग आपके पास मशीन है, आप सब जानते हैं कि हमने कमरे में एयर कंडीशन लगाया है, तो वो इसमें भी चाहिए होगा, कोई फ़र्क नहीं है। आप सब जानते हैं कि इस मशीन से हम सीड ट्रीटमेंट और स्प्रे करते हैं, वो भी इसमें होगा, सेम होगा, उसका जो फ़ायदे हैं वो भी सेम होंगे। लेकिन अब आप ये सोचिए कि आज की तारीख में हमारे पास एक बंदा, हर एक मशीन के पास एक बंदा कंपनी का है, जो मशीन को यूज़ करता है और आपके लिए सीड ट्रीटमेंट करके आपको देता है। ये मशीन में हम ऐसा बिल्ड करने वाले हैं जिसमें हम इस मशीन में आपको कोई भी किसी भी तरीके का ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन की ज़रूरत नहीं होगी। मतलब आज इस मशीन को आप जब ऑन करेंगे, आप मान लीजिए आप एक पैडी फार्मर हैं, आपको समझिए 200 एकड़ करना है। तो आप यहाँ आएँगे और इसमें 200 एकड़ का नंबर डालेंगे और उसमें पैडी सेलेक्ट करेंगे, तो आपको जो सॉल्यूशन चाहिए वो बना-बनाया मिलेगा। आज क्या होता है करंट मशीन में कि हमारा जो बंदा है, वो सॉल्यूशन को बना के देता है। इस मशीन में हम जो बिल्ड कर रहे हैं, फ्यूचर हमारा जो विज़न है वो ये है कि ये आप समझिए एक तरह का एटीएम हो जाएगा। जैसे आप जाते हैं, अपना कार्ड डालते हैं, पैसे निकाल लेते हैं। उसी तरह से इसमें आप पंचिंग करेंगे, आपको क्या चाहिए, कौन-सी फसल करनी है, कितने एकड़ की करनी है, ये आपको एग्ज़ैक्ट सॉल्यूशन जो चाहिए, जो उस फसल के लिए बहुत अच्छा है, वो रिसर्च सॉल्यूशन आपको देगा। दूसरी बात स्प्रे की बात होती है, तो उसमें भी इसमें इसके मेमोरी में जाएगा कि भई इस पर्टिकुलर यूज़र के लिए, फार्मर के लिए हमें इतने एकड़ का स्प्रे करना है। तो उस हिसाब से वॉल्यूम आपको डिस्पेंस करेगी ये मशीन। तो ये पूरा एक सिस्टम बिल्डअप होगा इसके अराउंड, पूरा प्लेटफ़ॉर्म होगा। जो आपको दिख रहा है ये मशीन की ये एक्चुअली जान है, पर इसके अलावा आस-पास इसकी जो फीचर्स हैं, वो बिल्डअप होगा और इसीलिए ये मशीन को हम प्लेटफ़ॉर्म बोलते हैं और सिर्फ़ मशीन नहीं बोलते। इसी तरह जो बिलिंग है कि आपने 1 एकड़ के लिए मान लीजिए गेहूँ के लिए लिया, तो कितना आपको पैसा देना है, कितना आपको जो है अ, उसी वक़्त एडवांस देना है और कितना बाद में देना है। एज़ एन एफपीओ आपको वो हिसाब रखने में आसानी होगी क्योंकि ये बिलिंग सिस्टम भी इंटीग्रेटेड होगा और वो आपका जो बिलिंग सिस्टम है, मान लीजिए आप टैली पे काम करते हैं, तो वो टैली से कनेक्टेड होगा। तो इस तरह से जो हमारा विज़न है इस मशीन को लेके वो ये है कि इसमें हम पूरा एक सेल्फ सफिशिएंट यूनिट बिल्ड करना चाहते हैं, ताकि हमारे जो एफपीओ भाई हैं, हमारे जो चैनल पार्टनर्स हैं, उनको बहुत सहूलियत हो इसको यूज़ करने में। तो ये एक पूरा इसका जो प्लान है वो ये है और मुझे लगा कि इससे अच्छा मौका नहीं हो सकता है और ये ग्लोबली पहली बार लॉन्च हो रही है, तो मैं आप सबको चाहती हूँ कि एक ज़ोरदार तालियों के साथ इसका अभिनंदन करें कि ग्लोबली हम हिंदुस्तान में पहली बार लॉन्च कर रहे हैं। इसके बाद ये किसी और देश में आएगी, मेरे ख़्याल से। अगर किसी को कोई किसी भी तरह का सवाल है तो आप पूछ सकते हैं, हमारे पास अभी भी कुछ समय है चीफ़ सेक्रेटरी को जॉइन करने के लिए। तो अगर कोई किसी का सवाल है तो आप पूछ सकते हैं। तो एफपीओ हमारे चैनल पार्टनर हैं, ठीक है? आपका एक बहुत डिटेल प्रोग्राम शाम को होने वाला है, जो हमारी टीम यहाँ पे हार्टफुलनेस, समुन्नति और प्लाज़्मा वाटर्स की टीम मिल के कंडक्ट कराएगी। बट आपका सवाल का जवाब मैं देना चाहूँगी क्योंकि सबको ये समझ में आएगा। एफपीओ हमारे लिए चैनल पार्टनर है। ठीक है? तो हम ये मशीन अपने कॉस्ट पे लेके आएँगे। आपको क्या करना है, 2 तरीके से इसको समझते हैं। एक हमें क्या करना है, कंपनी को क्या करना है, आपको सशक्त करने के लिए कि आप इसको सर्विस के तौर पे फार्मर्स को दे सकें। दूसरा है कि एफपीओज़ को क्या करना है कि वो अच्छी तरह से सर्विस दे सकें और उनका इसमें क्या पार्टनरशिप का मतलब क्या है, ठीक है? तो कंपनी ये मशीन को आपके वहाँ लेके आएगी। एक लोकेशन हम सेलेक्ट करेंगे, जिसको हम प्री साइट इंस्पेक्शन बोलते हैं। उसके तहत हमारे इंजीनियर आते हैं आपके वहाँ और वो आके वो जगह आपको दिखानी होगी इसके लिए हमें इस प्लेटफ़ॉर्म के लिए, जैसे अभी पुरानी मशीन के लिए 10 बाई 10 का रूम चाहिए होता था, अब इस प्लेटफ़ॉर्म के लिए हमें 15 बाई 15 का चाहिए होगा। वो रूम एफपीओ को प्रोवाइड करना है। वो रूम में एक एयर कंडीशनर चाहिए होगा, तो रफ़ली आप समझो कि 1.5 टन 1 से 1.5 टन का आपको एसी वहाँ पे लगेगा। उसके अलावा आपको वहाँ पे एक इनपुट कनेक्शन देना है, इनलेट कनेक्शन, वाटर इनलेट कनेक्शन देना है। हमारा जो इंजीनियर आएगा वो साइट इंस्पेक्शन के वक़्त जो वाटर की क्वालिटी है वो चेक करेगा। औसतन मैंने देखा है पिछले 2 साल के एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से कि जो हिंदुस्तान में हमारा रूरल एरियाज़ में पानी है वो काफ़ी अ, मतलब क्वालिफ़ाइड है हमारे इस मशीन के लिए, क्योंकि हमारा जो थ्रेशोल्ड लेवल है काफ़ी ऊपर है, चाहे वो टीडीएस को ले लीजिए या पीएच को ले लीजिए। तो फिर भी हम एक वाटर एनालिसिस करते हैं। उसके बाद वो इंजीनियर आपको समझाएँगे कि कहाँ पे प्लग पॉइंट्स आने हैं, कहाँ पे इनलेट आना है, कहाँ पे आउटलेट आना है। उस तरह से एक आपको डायग्राम दिया जाएगा। वो डायग्राम के मुताबिक आपको वो कमरे को तैयार करना है। वहाँ पे करीब 1.5 टन का एक एसी लगेगा और आपको एक हाई वोल्टेज सप्लाई इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का चाहिए। ये जो मशीन है, ऐसा सुनने में लगता है कि हाई वोल्टेज मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पीती होगी, पर ऐसा नहीं है। इसका जो कंज़म्पशन है, एक एफपीओ अगर इसको 12 घंटे चलाता है और 12 घंटे वो एसी भी चलाता है, क्योंकि जब मशीन चलेगी तभी एसी चलेगी। ऐसा नहीं है कि जब मशीन रखी है और चल नहीं रही है तो भी आपको एसी चलाना है, ऐसा नहीं है। तो जभी भी मशीन चलेगी, एसी चलेगा और 12 घंटे का मशीन का ऑपरेशन और एसी का ऑपरेशन दोनों मिला के तकरीबन 2500 से लेके 3000 महीने का बिजली का बिल आता है। और इस फुल ऑपरेशन में आप करीब 4000 एकड़ सर्विस कर सकते हो, बड़े आराम से। तो अगर आप देखेंगे तो एक एफपीओ के लिए काफ़ी सफिशिएंट है, क्योंकि आप इस मशीन से सिर्फ 2 एप्लीकेशन कर रहे हैं। एक है सीड ट्रीटमेंट और दूसरा है फॉलियार स्प्रे। अब आते हैं कि एफपीओ को करना क्या है और एफपीओ को क्या मिलेगा इसमें। तो कंपनी मशीन लेके आएगी आपके जगह पे, अपने खर्चे पे लगाएगी, इंस्टॉल करेगी, मेंटेन करेगी, सर्विस भी देगी पूरे साल अपने खर्चे पे। तो ये जो पूरा मेंटेनेंस है ये कंपनी की तरफ से है और ओनरशिप भी मशीन की कंपनी की है, ठीक है? अब बात आती है कि एफपीओ का क्या रोल है? तो एफपीओ को बेसिकली सर्विस देना है अपने मेंबर फार्मर्स को। उन तक ये टेक्नोलॉजी पहुँचानी है। तो हम इसका जो करंट मॉडल है वो ये है कि फार्मर्स को एफपीओ के साथ हम एक प्री मार्केट वर्किंग एक्सरसाइज करते हैं, मार्केट स्टॉर्मिंग समझ लीजिए। उसमें हमारी टीम आपकी टीम के साथ मिलके, और ये एफपीओ की टीम का होना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि आप समझिए कि जो आप अपने मेंबर्स को दे रहे हैं, वो जब आपकी तरफ से जाएगा तो एक कन्विक्शन अलग तरीके से आता है और वो उनके अंदर भी होगा कि भई चलो हमारे एफपीओ की तरफ से ये रिकमेंडेशन है तो इसको किया जाए। तो आपको हमारी टीम के साथ एक प्री मार्केट एक्सरसाइज करनी है। उसमें आपको एक अवेयरनेस लाना है पूरे गाँव में, बताना है कि ये मशीन से होता क्या है, और वो बताने के लिए हमारा हमारा जो बीडीई है, बिज़नेस डेवलपमेंट एग्ज़ीक्यूटिव, वो आपके साथ मार्केट स्टॉर्मिंग करेगा। ये आपको करना है लॉन्च से पहले। जब ये हो गया, उसके बाद आप उनको बोलोगे कि भई जितने भी फार्मर्स हैं, वो इसमें आना चाहते हैं, वो अपने सीड्स, एक इनॉग्रेशन का दिन तय हो जाता है, आप अपने सीड्स लेके आइए। वो सीड्स का सीड ट्रीटमेंट हमारा जो कंपनी का पर्सन है, वो करता है, मशीन ऑपरेटर है, वो करता है। वो सीड ट्रीट करके वहीं का वहीं फार्मर्स को दे देगा। फार्मर्स को बताया जाएगा कि आप जाइए और इसको तुरंत बो दीजिए। इसको हम रखते नहीं हैं, तुरंत उसको हम सोइंग करते हैं। ये करने के बाद हम एक्चुअली पूरा हमारा सिस्टम है जहाँ पे हम जनरेट करते हैं कस्टमर कार्ड। उसमें हम वो अलग-अलग कॉपीज़ में आता है, काफ़ी डिटेल है, वो मैं नहीं जानना चाहूँगी, तो नटशेल में बताती हूँ। तो हमारे पास एक हिस्ट्री होती है कस्टमर की, जैसे वो सीड ट्रीटमेंट करता है और उसका वो पूरा शेड्यूल, अगर मान लीजिए चावल कर रहा है, पैडी कर रहा है, तो उसका शेड्यूल आ जाएगा कि भई पैडी के लिए अगर मान लीजिए 4 स्प्रे चाहिए, किस दिन आएगा, बोने के किस दिन आएगा, पहला स्प्रे, दूसरा, तीसरा, चौथा, वो डेट्स आ जाती हैं। एफपीओ का काम है कि जब वो डेट्स आए, कंपनी की तरफ से आपको रिमाइंडर आएगा, आपको कंपनी सॉल्यूशन प्रोवाइड करेगी, मशीन ऑपरेटर सॉल्यूशन बना के देगा, आपको वो उस फार्मर तक पहुँचाना है। तो एक रूट भी तैयार किया जाएगा ताकि आप एक टैंक में 2000 लीटर का सोल्यूशन बना के वो रूट में आपको घुमाया जाएगा और वो रूट पे फार्मर्स अपने अपने बैकपैक्स या जिसको ड्रोन करना है, क्योंकि इसमें आप कोई भी स्प्रे कर सकते हैं, वो जो भी सुविधा है स्प्रे की वो यूज़ करेंगे और उनको उतना वॉल्यूम ऑफ वाटर प्रोवाइड कर दिया जाएगा, फिर वो स्प्रे करेंगे। ये पूरा सर्विस अगर आप देखते हो जो एफपीओ बता रहा है और सोल्यूशन लेके जा रहा है और स्प्रे करवा रहा है, स्प्रे जो कर रहे हैं वो फार्मर्स खुद कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आपके लोकेशन से फार्मर फील्ड्स तक पहुंचाने का कॉस्ट आपका है। तो ये सबको कवर करने के लिए 15% का मार्जिन कंपनी एफपीओस को देती है। तो जो भी सेल होगा उसका 15% मार्जिन आपका होगा। और इसके अलावा जो कैंपेन और मार्केटिंग प्रमोशन वो बजट कंपनी का अलग है, जो कंपनी आपके एरिया में खर्च करती है। तो इस तरह से हम इसको आगे लेके जाएंगे। अब आप समझ रहे होंगे कि ये जो न्यू मशीन के मैंने फीचर्स बताए थे वो क्यों ज़रूरी हैं। तो उस न्यू मशीन के फीचर्स में ये आ जाता है कि आपको वो मशीन ऑपरेटर की भी ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी आने वाले समय में। आपको सिर्फ वहाँ पंच इन करना होगा और पूरा सिस्टम इंटीग्रेशन पीछे से होगा। तो आप जैसे ही आप प्रेस करेंगे, आपको डेट वाइज़ वो सॉल्यूशन आपको प्रोवाइड कर देगी, डिस्पेंसिंग हो जाएगी आपके सॉल्यूशन का। तो ये है इज़ द चीफ सेक्रेटरी रेडी? Still? Okay. So I think it's, I'm sorry to keep all of you waiting. This is a normal, I mean, not a, it happens because he's in a meeting right now. Sometimes he gets called from the chief minister's office, which is what I'm sure has happened. Otherwise, he's a very, very particular person in terms of timing and all. So if you want to continue to wait here, you're most welcome. You want to go back and wait there, you can do that. But can we begin with our next session with Anil's presentation? If it is okay with you, Anil? All right. So can we have Anil's presentation, please? Yes, Sister Dashwinder, please take it ahead from here.
While we await the part of the session where we will have an address by Honorable Chief Secretary Uttar Pradesh, Shri Manoj Kumar Singh ji, we would like to, in the meanwhile, have a very interesting presentation by Mr. Anil Kumar SG, founder and CEO of the Samunnati Group. He would be talking to us about Samunnati as a catalyst and the plasma water's role in shaping the future of farming in India. This is a very important subject as we will be gaining insights on as to how Samunnati is playing the role of this very important catalyst. I invite Mr. Anil Kumar to please come and share with us his presentation.
Sabhi ko namaskar. Morning, everyone. It's my privilege and honor to be part of this important unveiling. My memories went back to, Robert, the very first machine that we inaugurated here at Kanha Shanti Vanam about a year and a half ago. And that machine was promising, large, big one compared to the sleek one that we have now. And compliments to the entire technology team for bringing down the machine size to where I can certainly see this to be in the farming lands of a smallholder farmer than the large machine that we had within the confines of a room of an FPO. Samunnati is an entity that lives and believes in the vision of making markets work for smallholder farmers. Can we bring up the presentation, please? And with Plasma Waters, we have a very promising partnership. We are in agriculture, We have a seed, we nurture the seed with all the support structures, including preparing the soil and and then rest of the paraphernalia that goes into making the seed germinate and then grow. And that is how Samunnati and Plasma Waters have been nurturing this partnership from the seed stage of understanding how this technology can revolutionize the farming in India, the productivity of the smallholder farmer, the income levels of smallholder farmer. And Samunnati saw one promising partnership that can catalyze our vision of making markets work for the smallholder farmers. And that's where we start. So the presentation will be less about Samunnati and more about the partnership with Plasma Waters. And I'm also grateful to Daji, our global guide Heartfulness, who connected Pragya and me when Pragya wrote to him about Plasma Waters. While giving his consent to go ahead with the initiative, he also suggested to her that perhaps Plasma Waters looks at collaborating with Samunnati, and that's how we both got connected. So it happened under the auspices of the Heartfulness, and I'm grateful for that. Next slide, please. So for some of those audience here who are not familiar with Samunnati as an entity, we are an integrated agri network looking at providing solutions across the entire agri value chain, starting with the inputs to dealer, distributor, retailer, to the cultivation as a process, to the post-harvest, all the way to the consumer is what Samunnati proposes and is working in engaging with all the players in the agri value chain. And this journey has been quite encouraging and fruitful so far. I would say that in the 10 years that we have been at it, we have covered some distance in not only on the numbers dimension, which is what a banker like me would always talk about, but also on understanding the agri landscape and understanding how do we provide customized solutions with farmer at the center, not losing why we exist, the farmer being at the center, and then work with the entire agri ecosystem in tandem. And that's what most of the large models in the new economy are thriving on. You take any big corporation, they basically look at working with the entire ecosystem, and the growth happens through a symbiotic relationship. So that's what Samunnati is fostering in the entire agri value chain, and the numbers are here to see. Moving ahead, next slide, please. We work with the entire agri value chain, but there are specific constituents who help us in making this vision of Samunnati happen. First and foremost, the reason why we exist is smallholder farmers, but we believe in the power of aggregation, and hence, rather than working with individual farmers, we actually work with farmer collectives. And happy to mention that as we stand today, Samunnati represents a significant portion of the engagement with the FPOs in this country, in excess of, I would say, about 70-75%. That's what we represent in the FPO market. But the FPOs are one part of the entire agri value chain. There are agri enterprises on both sides of the value chain, and working with them would facilitate movement of goods and cash seamlessly in the value chain. And that's where all the agri enterprises, which includes processors, come into picture. And currently we have a large number of FPOs, which I have already mentioned, and their members are equally large. But in the context of India, these are still small numbers. As I say, these are still rounding off numbers, so to say. 8 to 10 million farmers doesn't mean anything when you are talking about 125 million farming households. Moving on. Next slide, please. This is the last slide on Samunnati. While working on large problems, our understanding and learning has been that a framework that leverages the strengths of all the players in the value chain would be helpful. And that is where Samunnati looks at an approach that we refer to as AMLA approach. AMLA stands for aggregation, market linkages, and advisory services. When a set of farmers come together, as an aggregated entity, their ability to buy and sell becomes much more better with a higher bargaining power. But then the other side of market linkages is availability of working capital. When you have working capital is when you would be able to negotiate better prices on both sides, is where the financial services become important. And the third A is what is a manifestation of the machine that you see on the on the dais today, the advisory services. Once you have better markets, the farmers as aggregated entity would stand to gain benefited if we also provide them newer ways of farming, newer tools that can make farming more productive, and hence eventually lead to higher income levels at the farmers. And it is the last A of the AMLA approach that defines our partnership with the plasma waters and many such entities that we work with. Moving on. The engagement of Samunnati with the startups is an important dimension of our strategy. Well, as the saying goes, the blind leading the blind. We started working with startups when we were a startup ourselves. Right, in 2014, when we started, we realized that the complex nature of agriculture as a sector and the kind of problems that the agriculture industry as a whole has necessitates collaboration, and collaboration would yield collective success and collective growth. And that's what Samunnati is about, collective growth and collective prosperity is what led us to collaborate with younger, smaller startups like ourselves ever since we started our relationship and ever since we started our engagement in the agriculture. Happy to mention that Samunnati has worked with a little over 300 agri startups in this country. And at some point in time, there was a 90% probability of any reasonable agri startup in the country would have some kind of a partnership or an association with Samunnati. That's how it was before we had about 6,000 startups blooming into the entire agri startup space in India. And now that sector is quite big. We cannot say we are working with everyone in the agri startup space. But what this collaborative approach helped us is stitch together a comprehensive engagement with the farmers, stitch together more avenues to make farming more predictable and more viable for them. And that's what we are proud of. And it is one such partnership with Plasma Waters that I would double click on from next slide onwards. Next slide, please. What brought us together? That's a shared vision of enhancing the productivity at the farming level in a sustainable manner. And we didn't want that to be an aspiration. We didn't want that to be an expectation, but we wanted it to be scientifically proven, scientifically established. And that's what led us to say, let's see, as the saying goes, the proof of pudding is in eating. Can we run trials ourselves and get the validation of what the technology claims to result into? And we started with conducting some field trials within our own center of excellence near Chennai, a place called Puriyambakam, way back in the Kharif of 2021-22, if I'm right, 22. Go ahead, next slide, please. And this happened right under our supervision. The Center of Excellence indeed is run by us. They are managed by the employees of Samunnati, the team members of Samunnati. And other than giving the machine to give water and the know-how on how to run the machine, rest everything in terms of application and managing the whole thing and then collecting the data and validating the delta of how the control and treatment groups are behaving. They're all done by Samunnati employees, and I'm happy to share the kind of delta between the control and treatment. The treatment being where we have the numbers on the screen, and what I'm most pleased about is the promise on the last 3 items that you see on the screen. Yield has gone up significantly, revenue has gone up significantly, and the expenses have come down, right? So when you increase the income and reduce the expenses, when the delta increases for the farmer, and that is what we saw in the trial that we did during the Kharif season. As they say, one sparrow doesn't mean a spring. We said we will do the same trial in the Rabi season, and we thought, let us examine whether the same behavior or same output results in the Rabi season trial also. And the next slide talks about what we saw during the Rabi season. Similar kind of results, where we again saw both. In fact, I was privileged to see these test sites myself in our Center of Excellence near Puriambakam, or in Puriambakam near Chennai. And visually, the field looked significantly different. The field looked more healthy, more prosperous, so to say, visually speaking. And then after the harvest, we again looked at the parameters with and without plasma, and it was strikingly different. And that's what gave us a confidence that perhaps we can then open this up to our FPO team, because before we open up to our FPO's team, we wanted to be very clear in terms of what we are claiming to our FPOs as a potential outcome when we collaborate. And that's a responsibility that we carry when we take something to our FPOs. And what we saw when we went to the FPOs was enthusiasm, because it is coming from Samunnati, of course, in Uttar Pradesh, where we worked in the FPO in Rai Bareilly. And of course, आप है यहाँ, बहुत अच्छा हुआ आपको यहाँ मिलके. हम मिले थे लखनऊ में और अभी यहाँ मुलाकात हो रहा है. Okay. It was nice that there is one champion FPO partner in Rai Bareilly who said, I would take the lead in terms of establishing the trials. And the next slide talks about what the FPO experienced. Right. Next slide, please. You see this. This is Sri Aura FPO in Uttar Pradesh. What I was mentioning in terms of what I saw in Puriambakam, visually, both the pieces of land with and without plasma look different. Right. I would take your attention to the picture on your right side. There was an accelerated pollination, accelerated flowering, and accelerated graining, as they say, that tailors. Next slide. This is what, in summary, we experienced both in the trial with the FPO as well as the 2 seasons that we did in the Center of Excellence in Puriambakam. The yields went up very, very encouragingly, anywhere between 30 to 40%. Visually and from a time perspective, the crop had an accelerated growth and accelerated flowering and other aspects of the harvest. And of course, last but not the least, there was a reduced necessity to use the chemical enhancers and the chemical interventions that most of our cultivation goes through. And hence, the produce that came out naturally was less residues, I would say. Perhaps eventually we go to a residue-free produce, which has a premium in terms of rates that all of us know. So friends, that is what, next slide. सतीश जी, आप थोड़ा एक बार खड़ा हो जाइए. राइट. एक बार तालियां सतीश जी को फॉर आपने ये एक्सपेरिमेंट करने के लिए आपका इजाजत दिया, उसके लिए हम शुक्रगुजार है आपका. और आपका जो ये टेस्टिमोनी है, ये बहुत सारे या ढेर सारे एफपीओस को ये प्रेरणात्मक बनेगी. और आप जो दिखा रहे हैं रास्ते उनको कि ऐसा वाला एक्सपेरिमेंट हमें एफपीओ होके करके दिखाना है, उसके लिए आपको अभिनंदन देता हूं. थैंक यू सतीश जी. Next slide. So this is what we hope to do, or we aspire to do rather, right? One, how do we scale it up beyond these 1 or 2 experiments that we have? And I don't know, Robert, if the manufacturing facility is ready for the number of instruments that perhaps our farmers would need. We are raring to go. Second thing that usually is the hallmark of engaging with startups and engaging with younger organizations is responding to the market requirements. Given the size, in fact, today evening, I have one of the agri entrepreneurs coming in here, and we are talking about putting few things, including couple of drones in a Tata small truck, the mini truck. And then looking at this, I was wondering this would fit into the truck, and then it becomes suddenly a mobile van, and then perhaps plasma water as a service is what we can offer to the fields. So we are looking at it. हम तो डेबिट क्रेडिट लोग हैं, हम तो we are an entity that provides financial services. So funding both the proliferation of instruments for plasma waters, if you want, and the working capital, of course, is something that we are talking about, and working with the FPOs to make sure that appropriate working capital and capex structures where required are built in is the other broader strategy that Samunnati is working on. So Samunnati strives and aspires to be a partner in this scale up, and we grow together. Thank you. Thank you very much, and looking forward to the scaled up partnership here.
Thank you, Mr. Anil Kumar. That was a very informative session on how the trials are being conducted with Samunnati and the promising future for farming in India. We move on to our next presentation, for which I would invite Dr. Sairam Reddy, co-founder Urban Kisan, to talk to us about the plasma trials in hydroponics that are happening at the Kanha Shanti Vanam campus.
Good morning, everyone. So today I'll be presenting some of the trial data conducted in hydroponic systems, and I'll also present some data of field trials which are conducted here in Kanha Shanti Vanam. Can I have my slides, please? Yeah. Thank you. The next slide. See, the whole idea is like the one side, Samunnati, with the help of FPOs, is taking this technology forward. Okay. Taking this technology forward for open fields and the large scale, the farming community. On the other side, ICS, like we are an R&D based company. As I mentioned yesterday, that we are looking for a very comprehensive technology. So we also want to drive the similar kind of the role here in promoting one of this very promising technologies in farming in the space of hydroponics, vertical farming, and we call it as smart farming. And there are many names what we call about, but it's a future farming. There's going to be a large amount of this space going to grow in the future, but we still have, even at this juncture, there's a good amount of the hydroponic farming happening. This hydroponic farming has its own set of challenges. They're several times quite different from the regular farming. The challenges. It has a different set of diseases. It has its economic viabilities depending on the cycles, number of cycles of crop you can take. minimizing the disease pressures. In fact, though, since they are controlled facilities and the plants are the ones which transpire a lot, and the controlled facility builds a lot of humidity. Of course, some energy is used to remove those humidity to maintain, but this is all to actually to handle to avoid the disease pressure, like the foliar diseases, powdery mildews, and so the varieties which are like the resistant in open fields may fall susceptible in hydroponic farming. So it is so important to have some kind of a technology, a clean technology, a safe technology, which can the support in these areas, so that this entire space also get accelerated. We having our global presence and also being part of global community of vertical farming, and the we can pioneer in driving the role of the plasma waters in the space. So what we did, like though there are different models of hydroponic systems. So the small domestic models to the large scale vertical, the greenhouse models, and also the indoor models. All the three models we have been trying. So I'll now present some of the initial results. So very, very promising, and playing a very, very critical role, as I mentioned. And this has a solution for those unique challenges which are specific to this vertical farming. Next slide, please. So this is the spinach. If you see here, this is a control of this, the trial, and you see this 100% plasma water and 75% of plasma water. We'll see, this percent, these things may vary later when trials mature and things mature. But what you're supposed to see is the kind of impact. So I see 35 to 40% are added, the advantage in the biomass coming. And the 30% added advantage is also like the 30% early opportunity to harvest early. So it enhances the ability to do more number of cycles, and that more number of cycles is higher yields. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. So what I'm going to show you is different crops, with how they are responding. It's actually any crop you put, and I see a response. So that's a spinach, and here is coriander. You can see the similar kind of results. It is improving, the biomass production, but also like it is enhancing the aroma production in coriander, especially, and its aroma is so enriched with this the plasma water treatment. Next, please. Amaranth is so vulnerable for seed-borne diseases. So it's so difficult to get all the seeds, to survive. That's why mostly, like when we have to, the plant amaranth plantation, we have to use a lot of seed, because at least 30 to 40% of the seedlings germinate will die subsequently before even they grow. But we are very fortunate to see here the 100% survival rate in this amaranth, while boosting the the growth rate. So here the two advantages I see, that you can save on the seed rate, and you can also speeden up the either cycle or get higher biomass production. Next, please. So this is arugula. This is a very high value crop. It's a very, very tricky. In fact, the seed viability goes very quickly down. Um, so storage and getting the the rapid growth is a big challenge with this arugula. So we see here all those problems are solved, and I can show you. I mean, you can very clearly see here the what kind of results we see. All these are seed treatments. We did these trials at different levels, at seed treatment level and an initial growth level, later growth level, any level, you see the similar kind of results. Next, please. The kale. Kale is again a high value crop, and this is in fact used in salads and other, like, the juices, and the many other things. Kale is the densest nutritionally packed the vegetable. This otherwise is called the most nutritious vegetable in the world, in the kale. So in India, that we are less aware of it, but this is so well used in the Western world. But in India, in the most of the exotic dishes, hotels, restaurants, everyone demand for this kale, but we are not able to grow this kale because it takes a long gestation period for its growth, and initial survival rate is very poor. And with this, the plasma water treatment, and we see the initial push of biomass is very high, and we can cut down at least 40% of the growth duration. So I can at least double the number of cycles of harvest in this one. Next, please. So this is a nursery stage. In fact, I don't want to explain you so much on that. The same results you see, whichever the level of treatment you do, and you are seeing the similar kind of treatment. You see the spinach, you see the same kind of responses compared to control, how they are responding. Next, please. This is coriander responding similarly. Next, please. Spinach, you see here, when it is growing further, there's what you saw was a very initial stage. Now you see when it is going further, wait for some more time, and the results appear more significantly. Next, please. This amaranth, you see the similar kind of a challenge here, and you see the stem girth, and you see the stem girth here, which is speaking a lot. Next, please. This arugula, as I mentioned, and you see a very clear growth pattern and very clear biomass addition. Next, please. Again, coriander. Next, please. So what we see at the end of the day, in fact, we are still continuing this experiments. We are working on different means of application and different parameters we are going to test. We see here in particularly these experiments, it is reducing, or it is almost eliminating all the seed-borne diseases at seed treatment level. And later, if you take up either drenching or the foliar spray, even at the nursery level itself, is adding further in growth, the biomass addition, and is also adds to this, like, the freshness of the produce. Any of these leafy greens, what we have so far tested, the freshness, the broadness of the leaf is increasing, the freshness is increasing. More so, you see, you can notice in these aromatic herbs like coriander, you get that more aroma enriched with this treatment. Next, please. So now I'm going to present some of the results of some initial trials we conducted here in Kanha Shanti Vanam. Next, please. Yeah. So this is a very interesting data. This is a trial with this cabbage. We all know that how difficult is cabbage to grow, primarily because of this the borer insect damage. Can very clearly see here this T1 is control. Okay, this T1 is control. Is see the amount of damage of this borer happening, and in both the treatments, and this is actually free from the borer. This is very difficult to imagine how this is happening, but we know that our initial data is showing this plasma water is acting like a elicitor, triggering the systemic acquired resistance and the whole set of biosynthetic pathways, um, uh, which are part of the developmental the stages of this crop, and also inducing the disease and pest resistance. So very clearly seen here is a highly evident. Next, please. So this is a brinjal. This is a long purple brinjal variety. So, so here you see the data, like the yield. So there's a 22% increase in yield. It is not only the increase in yield of the brinjal, and you see the texture, color, the quality of this brinjal. You see here, there's the white patches coming on this control, but whereas in plasma water treated plants, the very evenly colored and high quality, very shiny brinjals we could harvest. Next, please. This is tomato. This is also called as, generally in our terms, a desi tomato is a flat round green shoulder segment tomato. So I am mentioning specifically about this varieties. This is known for its low keeping quality. It's a very soft and very juicy variety. So these days we are getting a lot of hybrid tomatoes, which are so hard, but the less juicy. It's filled with more flesh than the juice. So we are obligated to go with such kind of tomato varieties because they withstand more of the transportation and keeping quality. So it's a trader's choice, but customer's choice is this tomato variety. We are not able to promote. Traders are not really taking it because keeping quality of this tomato is poor. But in fact, with the treatment of this plasma water, so we see this, not only the maturity, the pattern is even, the shape is even. We have a more, the more than 80% of the tomatoes are of very evenly sized, but also like they are more firm, meaning its keeping quality is increased, and they now, after this treatment, they can be shipped and they can be transported long distances. This is a great advantage of having this kind of a treatment in these vegetables. Next, please. This is okra. uh, in fact, other than this cabbage, cabbage was the first trial. The rest, all the trials are conducted in the next season. We didn't see much of pest, the load in the fields. So that's why that we don't see much of pest data, because the controls are also not having the pest. So, but you see very clear quality enhancement, while the yields are also going up in almost all these the crops have been presenting. See, the most important feature of okra being like the dark green color and the shiny nature, because that represents the tenderness of the fruit. So the not having the seed visibility, these are the qualities of okra. The same variety, because this is, you see a lighter color, and this is darker color. This is more shiny than this one. This is less seed visible than this one. So though they are of same age of the fruit, you see the length of the fruits is more, but still they look more tender. So there's a more marketable the fruits with a higher biomass and higher quality will be able to get with this kind of a treatment. Next, please. So this is date palm. We have date palm plantations in Kanha. So for last 2 years, we were facing one major problem on these date palms. It's called medjool fungus. Medjool fungus is like a dotted, a fungal yellow with growths on these leaves. So extensive amount of this fungal infections we were having it. So we don't want to use any chemical pesticides in this campus, but we were forced and obligated to use some fungicides to control this, because there is no other means. Whatever other biological agents we were trying to use, but we were not able to control that fungus on this date palm. But whereas with this plasma application, you see this leaf is clean, like it's 100% control. We see in all, there are different varieties, though it is called medjool fungus. There we have different varieties of date palms. Almost all these varieties got infected with this fungus. And this is a very, very relieving to us that we don't need to use fungicide in this campus, but still can control this disease. Next, please. This is again, like, though we all know about this papaya mosaic, the virus. This is one of the biggest threats. Uh, we, like, there are the only means to avoid this virus is to have this transgenic papaya, but transgenic papaya, GM papaya, is not allowed in India. So there are claims that there are some virus resistant papaya varieties, but we always face problem. Either the quality of the papaya is not good, or it breaks its resistance after some time. Initially it withstands, and when it is growing, plant is growing, and you suddenly see the disease outbreaks. So we also happen to have a lot of papaya plants in this campus. Just randomly sprayed this this plasma water with advice from Daji, then to everyone's surprise, and we see the complete recovery of these papaya plants from this disease. So this level of severely infected papaya plants can be recovered, and they can be normal, and after some time the new leaves which are put up are free from the virus, and they are so healthy and giving the normal yield. Another thing is the neem. Neem has this dieback disease. From last 3 to 4 years, we have been seeing the entire South India is suffering severely with this dieback disease on neem. So many neem trees we lost in southern India. So you also must have noticed this campus is full of neem trees. So the same problem here. We do not know a lot of advices. We took in, some say it is a insect, some say it is fungus. So, but finally they say it is a dieback disease caused by fungus. Initially, the damage caused by insect, and then fungus enters and create all these havoc. So, but we have no solution. One season changes, and then they sprout, they come back, but so many also die in between. But you see here very clear, the kind of improvement with this neem plants. This is the plant, like, the fully infected, and all the leaves dried out, and with this plasma water application, the spray, a few sprays, and you see the new sprout coming even before the season changes, without any damage. Of fully recovered trees, you see here many of them. Almost all the neem trees have received this plasma water. Tons, and thanks to Robert and his team for placing this the beautiful machine here in this campus, saving many trees, and helping us not to use this chemical pesticides and things like that. Once again, thank you very much, Robert and Pragya and the whole plasma water team. I congratulate. I mean, I was also a little skeptical. I mean, how it is really. I mean, what kind of significant data will be able to. I'm very sure that this makes difference, but is it really going to be significant? And what is the model we can really make it to take this technology to the farmer level? And I'm so encouraging to see every trial, every testing we see is giving very, very significantly in visible and quantifiable, economically viable data every time. So I'm very sure that with few more trials in this hydroponics, and we are going to have a joint publication on this one, and we will take this in global vertical farming community, and we will drive this together. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Sairam, for this informative session on how the plasma water trials in hydroponics at Kanha Shanti Vanam are doing. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Victor Afariseva, who is the Global Program Director, EST at IKISAT, here at the conference. We welcome you, sir. So moving ahead in the session, I would now like to invite Dr. Sangeeta Yadav, Principal Scientist, Division of Seed Science and Technology at IARI at ICAR, to come and lead us through a session on the plasma trial program that is happening at ICAR.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I have the slides, please?
So I'm very pleased to announce that our Honorable Chief Secretary of Government of Uttar Pradesh has joined us. May I please request all the dignitaries who are up on the stage to come back? So Shri Manoj Kumar Singh ji is presently the Chief Secretary of Government of Uttar Pradesh. Sir is also Infrastructure and Industrial Commissioner, Chairman Pickup, which is Pradesya Industrial and Investment Corporation of UP Limited, Chairman Invest UP and Chairman of Noida, Greater Noida and Bundelkhand Development Authority. He also holds charge as Chief Executive Officer of Uttar Pradesh Expressways Industrial Development Authority. He is also Project Coordinator UP DASP, which is rolling out the state's ambitious UP Agrees program to strengthen agriculture ecosystem in the state. A 1988 batch IS officer, IS for all the international audience is Indian Administrative Services. A 1988 batch IS officer, Mr. Singh, holds charge of core departments related to government's focus sectors of infrastructure and industrial development and agriculture, and has a proven track record of experience and service delivery. I welcome Shri Manoj Kumar Singh ji, and I want Robert to just say a few words in his welcome.
So we are, as Plasma Waters globally, but also Plasma Waters India, we are very honored and privileged to have the Chief Secretary of Uttar Pradesh here to give us an overview about the collaboration between our company and the province and the state of Uttar Pradesh. It goes a long way, so we have started more than, let's say, 1.5 years ago, and we are very proud that the state of Uttar Pradesh puts the trust in our company, in this new technology, and help us with their teams, with their organization, and with a lot of people in the state of Uttar Pradesh to bring it to the farmers and the communities. Thank you very much, and I'm really grateful that Shri Manoj Singh could join us today and speak some words to us. Thank you very much, and we are very honored and privileged. Thank you.
That's awesome. Namaskar. To begin with, I would like to apologize for being late by almost 1 hour. And I'm thankful to Plasma Water and the organizers who have given me this opportunity to talk about the role of agriculture and state's ambition for taking the GDP to the $1 trillion. I would like to let you know that Uttar Pradesh is almost like a powerhouse for agriculture production so far as country is concerned, and we can discuss a few data on this. You can see that for all the area which is under agriculture, almost 10% is the area which is under cultivation worldwide. So for entire earth, only 10% is under cultivation, whereas in Uttar Pradesh, it is almost 45% of the geographical area which is under cultivation. And in case of Uttar Pradesh, it is almost 70%. 70% of geographical area is under agriculture. And the most important input in agriculture is irrigation. Worldwide, 21% of agriculture is under assured irrigation, whereas in country, it is 55%, and in state of Uttar Pradesh, it is almost 86%. So 86% of agriculture with assured irrigation and 75% of landmass under agriculture. It makes Uttar Pradesh a powerhouse for agriculture. And this has been possible because UP has groundwater reserve of around 25% of the entire country. That is because of Ganga, Yamuna and rivers like that. If we see the production, like we are number one in wheat production, and we produce almost 35% of country's wheat, which is about 35 million tons. And we are number one in 15 agricultural commodities in country. It ranges from mango, potato, peas. There are almost 15 crops. In milk production also, UP is number one. So agriculturally, it is very important and very dominant in national perspective. And within UP, we have total around contribution of 25% in state GDP. National level, it is 16 to 17%, but in Uttar Pradesh, agriculture contributes almost 25%. And 26 million farming families are there who are engaged in this activity, and more than 50% of population of state is engaged in agriculture. So state has taken many initiatives for improving the production and productivity in this sector, and it ranges from taking up the project on large scale for micro irrigation system like drip and sprinklers, creating center of excellence. Recently, Cabinet has approved one program, we call it UP Agris, which is about agricultural growth and rural enterprise ecosystem strengthening with the help of World Bank. It is almost of around $480 million scheme, which will be implemented in 6 years. That scheme also focuses mainly on 28 districts of Uttar Pradesh, which are mainly in eastern UP and Bundelkhand area, to increase the productivity of major crops. The second important initiative is about developing agricultural SEZs. We have SEZs for manufacturing, but now we are thinking of having SEZ around agricultural crop. So it means picking up a dominant crop which has potential of export, and then creating a value chain ranging from high quality seed to processing methods, and then export to different countries or different states. We are also creating a hub for agricultural commodities export near Jewar International Airport, which will be commissioned in April of next year. We have issues in exporting food grains, but like horticultural products, fruits and vegetable, there is a lot of potential for export in different countries. So we are trying to create a facility where we can have different kind of treatment and packaging and testing facilities from where agricultural commodities can be transported by air route. We are thankful to Plasma Waters because we, with their collaboration, did some experiment in 2 districts of the state and on different crops ranging from wheat to potato. There are some significant improvement in production and productivity, and you can say shape and size of the product with the use of plasma water. But still, we have to repeat these experiments to make it acceptable or make it, you can say, that replicable at a large scale. So we are in the process of doing that. So these are some of the highlights about agricultural sector, which I thought will be useful for this workshop. So once again, to conclude, I would like to thank Plasma Water for giving me this opportunity of sharing my thoughts with you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. I would just quickly introduce you here. I think you're seeing them. They will just say, they will wave a hi, and maybe we come later on to Lucknow to see you. So we have Mr. Ini, who's our chairman of Plasma Water Sink. Ini, can you wave a big hi? I think he's finding it difficult to hear. Alfredo, he's our founder and CIO. We have then Robert, anyway, you know. Anil and Robert, you are very familiar with. Dr. Victor is our global program director from IKISAT. And Dr. Sairam Reddy, he's the founder CEO of Urban Kisan. I thank you, sir. But before that, it would be really an honor if you can see the FPOs of UP who signed as a result of your initiative that you gave to us in UP. So I'll just quickly name, and I request all of them quickly to come because he has to rush for another meeting. So may I have all the 5 FPOs of UP to come forward and stand on the stage so that sir can see you. Please come quickly. And I will just name everybody. So we have Shri Aura, Raebareli, UP, Mr. Satish Kumar Mishra, Ramashray Agro Producer Company Limited, Barabanki, UP, Mr. Kuldeep Singh, Malawa Agro Farmers Producer Company, Hardoi, UP, Anuj Singh Patel, Jai Gyan Agri Junction Farmer Producer Company, Sultanpur, UP, Mr. Gyan Chandra Tiwari, Cheyaru Farmer Producer Company. This is from Tamil Nadu, but I would like you to come and join the stage. Mr. V.A. Lakshmanan. So I really want to thank you, sir, for giving us this opportunity in UP, because with that one spark, now there is a fire and we are unable to really hold it, but we want this fire to go on. Thank you once again. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pragyaji. Thank you, Robert. And thank you, Anilji. Thank you, everybody.
May I just request all the farmer producer companies directors to stay back, and may I request Mr. Brian, Jose, Hakeem, Sanal to please join up on the stage. Mr. Jerry Suchovicki, thank you so much for media control, but please come here. We need you here. I want us to really honor the first set of customers of India who are here with us. So may I please have the gifts, a small token of appreciation. And I want a very large picture, so if you can help me have the customers in the center. Thank you, everyone. May I request Ini to stay back, please, for a minute? And Robert, we will now begin with our next set of presentations, but let me just do a small honor. So, can we have a token of appreciation for our dear friend Anil? Ini, may I request Ini and Alfredo to please do the honor? May I also have a token of appreciation for Dr. Victor? For Dr. Sairam? And I owe an apology to my dear friend, Dr. Sangeeta. Extremely sorry. It just happened that we got a message and he had very little time. He was called by the chief minister and he had to step out, so he could not follow the schedule. So, if it is okay, can we have a tea break quickly for 10 minutes? Can we have a quick tea break, 10 minutes? Okay. And then we are going to listen to ICAR and IKISAT about plasma water's experience. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
We welcome all the delegates back after the tea break. We hope it was a nice and refreshing one, and everyone is all set for the next session. We are very happy to invite Dr. Sangeeta Yadav to the dais once again. We're sorry that the session just got changed. The agenda got changed at the last minute, but we're very grateful to you. And we invite you to please lead us through the information about the plasma trial programs happening at ICAR.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Sangeeta Yadav, basically biochemist by education and seed technologist by profession. I'm here to share my experiences with plasma water. Can I have the slide, please? Next. In agriculture, everyone wants seed, and that too, good quality seeds. Why? Because good quality seeds can enhance the yield by 15 to 20% alone. So when I say the good quality seeds are required, what are the seed attributes? For the information of the house, I would like to draw the attention to what we mean by good quality seed. So good quality seed is summation of seed attributes, and there are 6 attributes. And out of these 6 attributes, it is seed viability and the seed vigor. These are the 2 attributes which tells about the ability of the seeds to emerge in the field. Next. So seed viability is nothing but the seed germination. What do you mean by germination? Generally, germination of all the seeds, majority of the seeds are very high, 98%, 100%, 78%. But practically, if you'll observe, when you sow these seeds into the field emergence is very less. It varies from 27% to 78%. And because of this, we see slow and low emergence and the patchy field. Next slide. So in this case, seed vigor is important. Why? If we have got 4 seed lots, which has got high germination potential, but the field emergence is less, from 71% to 84%. So even though a good germinating seed lot is sown at the same time and in the same field, then also there will be a variability in the field emergence. Secondly, if the seeds are showing good germination before storage, and if they are stored even in the same environment, the germination after storage also varies. Thirdly, the seeds are an international commodity. They have to be transported or they have to cross the international borders, right? So they must fit into the rigors of transport. So after transport, even to the same destination, the germination percentage varies. And in this case, the seed vigor comes in. And that's why the seed vigor is very important. It's a complex biophysiological phenomenon which allows the ability of seeds to germinate under unfavorable conditions. And there are large number of methods to enhance the seed germination and seed vigor. Next slide, please. Out of these, the physical methods and the chemical methods are usually done. And during last year, we had talks with the plasma water, and plasma water looks good. And we signed an MOU with plasma waters. And this is our JDR, Joint Director Research of ICAR, and Dr. Chinnu Swami Vishwanathan. And the plasmized water generating machine was installed in our division in November 2023, next year. And we entered into a contract research project with the plasma waters. So first objective was the standardization of seed treatments. So when we say standardization of seed treatments, it means we have to standardize not only the concentration, but also the duration. of the plasmized water. And for that, in this project, we have selected 4 crops: mustard, lentil, and tomato. Why? Because wheat represents cereals, mustard represents oilseed, lentil represents proteinaceous crop or leguminaceous crop, and tomato is a vegetable crop. We wanted to see the effect of plasma waters across all these crop species. And the germination was studied at the final count as recommended by ISTA, International Seed Testing Association. Next slide. You can very well see in wheat, the plasmized water treatment enhances the seedling length and seed vigor index 1. The seed vigor index 1 is nothing but the multiplication of germination percentage and total seedling length. Next slide. Similar results were seen in mustard, next, lentil, next, and tomato. These were the initial results. Next. Since the machine was installed in our division, and like a child who has got a new toy, he loves to experiment. So we also tried, why not use this plasma water in our field? So all these experiments, which I'm going to show, was done to fulfill our scientific curiosity. They have not been validated, so they need further validation and explorations. Next slide. We had a tomato crop standing in our field, so we choose one line of tomato crop containing 100 plants each, and we sprayed with plasma water, and the plasma water was sprayed every 15 days. Next slide. And the disease incidence, specifically of Alternaria alternata, was also recorded in these crops. Next slide. You can very well see the control plant were affected by the disease, but the treated plant has, compared to control, very less disease incidence. The last year, we have seen the frost in the Pusa, and surprisingly, there was no frost damage in the plasma water treated tomato plants. Next slide. Since it was working on the tomato, we thought, why not see how it is affecting the seedlings? So the tomato plants were also sown in the trays, and you can very well see after 1.5 month, the plasma water treated plants were more vigorous compared to the control plants. Next slide. The root analysis indicated that the root in the plasma water treated plants was more robust. There were large number of roots present in these plants compared to the control. Next slide. Similarly, the lentil crop was first treated with the seed treatment of the plasma water, and then after every 15 days till the date of harvest, the plasma water was sprayed in the lentil. Next slide. This is an interesting observation. The 3 varieties were sown in lentil, and we found that out of these 3 varieties, only 2 varieties shows enhance in the seed yield, but 1 variety showed decrease in the seed yield. So this means that varietal differences are observed, and the plasma water need to be standardized with respect to different varieties. Next slide. In wheat also, we treated the seed with plasma water, and the plasma water was sprayed with different concentration. Next slide. We found that the treatment also affected the yield. So not only the varieties, but the concentration of the plasma water to be applied has to be standardized in these crops. Next slide. In the mustard, the increase in seed yield with plasma water was found to be 5.5% enhanced over control. Next slide. we were hearing that the plasma water teams were saying that it works wonders in disease control also. So to fulfill our scientific curiosity, we inoculated Alternaria blight in mustard, and we found that the plasma water treated plants showed less incidence of Alternaria blight compared to the control. T1 is the control. You can see the plant didn't survive, while T5 and T3 are the plasma water treated plants. Next slide. The white rust is another disease which is a major disease in mustard, and the plasma water treatment was done after inoculation with white rust in the mustard seeds, and as expected, there was less incidence of white rust in the plasma water treated plants. Next, please. Seed priming is one of the treatment used to enhance the seed vigor. The seed priming involves the three phases. If you see the red line in the diagram here, first phase is the imbibition, second phase is the activation, and third phase is where the radical emergence occurs. So in priming, what we do, we allow the seeds to imbibe water, allow the metabolism to occur, and then, but we do not allow those seeds to protrude the radical. So we stop at the phase between 2 and 3 and we dehydrate back. And these seeds are supposedly be high in seed vigor. Next slide. And this is what we have seen with our plasma water treatment. There was enhanced and enlarged radical emergent at the same time duration in all the crops. I am showing the representation of lentil and the wheat. You can see the enlarged radical in the prime seed compared to the control at the same time. Next slide. The active oxygen species we know is deleterious, right? But it has got two natures. In smaller concentration, these reactive oxygen species act as a secondary messengers and activate the biochemical processes. And this is what the plasma waters is doing. It is activating the reactive oxygen species, which can be seen with high staining of NBT and DAB in the plasma water prime seed, indicating that these reactive oxygen species are acting as a secondary messenger and activating or enhances the germination process. Next slide. The similar results were seen in tomato and lentil. Next slide. So different concentrations of plasma waters with different durations was done, and this is the representative of the seedlings of control with different duration of plasma waters. In lentil, we found that there was a 21% increase in total seedling length, and you'll be happy to know that there was the seedling vigor index was enhanced by 27% and 30% in case of lentil. And similar results were found in all the crops. Next slide. This is in case of mustard. Next. Beet seed, you can see the seedlings are very robust compared to the control, and the roots are very robust. And tomato also. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. The root scanning of these treatment was done, and it was found that there was the surface area was more, there was more root tips, and the more fork in case of roots was observed. So what does that indicate? That indicate that these plasma wise treated plants were able to absorb nutrient more efficiently compared to the control plant, and this absorbed nutrient in turn is able to manifest it in the form of dry weight. So enhanced dry weight was seen in these plant, indicating the increased seed vigor of these plant. Next slides. These are the representations of root scanning in mustard. Next. Beet. Next slide. When I'm saying that plasma water is enhancing not only the germination but seed vigor, what does that mean? Seed vigor is more sensitive index compared to germination in terms of seed quality. Why? Because germination is generally carried out in the controlled environment. But seed vigor, we are testing germination in a field or adverse climatic conditions. So what does it imply? That this implies that the emergence is more rapid and more uniform. They are able to tolerate stressful environment. There will be a less susceptibility to pathogens, and they should have more longevity compared to the control plants. Next slide. These are all our standardization experiments, which is still going on. We are still carrying out large permutation combination of plasma water treatment and durations. The future outline of these project work is we'll be studying the physiobiochemical responses of the plasma water compared to control. And the seed enhancement treatment is supposedly be shown to decrease the storability. So we'll be studying the impact of plasma water on the longevity of the seeds. And third, India is a large country. It has got large geographical areas. So whether these treatment which we have standardized will be able to manifest in different agrological zones of India. So large scale demonstrations in different zones of India will also be undertaken. I would like to thank Dr. Ms. Pragya Kalia, MD Plasma Waters, Mr. Robert, President and Global CEO Plasma Waters, Jerry, and Dr. Sanal, Shiva, and Plasma Waters team for their cooperation and their positive response. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta. That was most informative and very positive, very inspiring. I now invite Mr. Alfredo Zolesi, Founder and Chief Innovation Officer at Plasma Waters Inc., to please come and felicitate Dr. Sangeeta Yadav. This information on the encouraging research that is happening in the field at ICAR, I now take this opportunity to invite Dr. Sunita, who is a lead scientist of technical tests at IKISAT, to please come and present to us information about plasma technical tests happening at IKISAT.
Good morning, everyone, although it's like we are passing good morning, but good morning. And my name is Sunita Chaudhary. I am a research scientist, and by training, I'm a crop physiologist. A year back, we started working with plasma water team, and some of the key hypotheses we tested with plasma on the plasma water technology, which I'm going to present today. Thank you. Can we have a next slide? A little bit, I will take a minute to introduce about IKISAT. IKISAT is one of the international research organization which work for semi-arid tropics. It is not only based in India, but across the Africa continent. And we have several hubs in Africa where we are working. As it name itself says, semi-arid tropics. So mostly we are concentrated on the marginal lands. Please have a next click. Some more clicks, please. So it cover large wide area, and we have some mandate crops which we work, which are the major crops of this area, which are semi-arid in nature. Some more clicks, please. And some of our missions and the work which is concentrated on. IKISAT is one of the international organization which is regulated by CG's Consultative Group of International Agriculture, and we have some more institution across the globe. Please, next click, please. You can see where those other sister organizations of CG systems are placed across the globe. So this is all about IKISAT. IKISAT hold the responsibility not only to work for India but across the world, and we work for the region which are very driest and where more technology intervention, genetic interventions are required to increase the crop productions so that we can work towards the poverty and hunger. Next, please. So one of the most burning thing is climate change, which is very evident, and we have realized. And the speed of climate change is faster than the crop improvement. For crop improvement, the speed we require to improve the crop productions is somehow we are lacking behind the speed of climate change, and we have to have a several level of interventions if we want to match the speed of climate change. Next one, please. So as I was saying, why it is so difficult, the crop improvement, the speed of crop improvement is because it's a complex trait. It's like it has not only the genetics, but it has environment interactions and management interaction and interactions of all. So therefore, you can see the graph on the right side that yield gap is quite higher. And where the technologies can be more integrated is on management side. There is a team of researchers not only on IKISAT but also all National Agriculture Research Institute which are working on genetics to improve the genetics, and there is a breeder who work on this G by E. But on M side, on management side, we see there is a lot of scope where we can integrate technology and we can still bridge some of the gaps in the yield. Next slide, please. So as you can see, the theoretical yield potential is quite high, but when we experiment on under full favorable conditions or fully managed condition, we still see a yield gap. When it goes to farmer field, it is like the potential yield of farm is like half of the what theoretically we see, and when it comes to actual, it is like huge reduction in the yield gap. So question is whether we can bridge these gaps. So answer is yes. So while the researchers are trying for the genetic improvement, there is also potential like technology like plasma water can have interventions to bridge this some of the gaps through technology intervention. Keeping this as a main goal, we started working with plasma water technology, and we started answering the key question. We started from very basic. Please, next slide. So very basic research questions we took, like whether this plasma water has the impact on, if we start on germination, seedling growth, early vigor, and if yes, what is the concentration volume, which is the most effective volume where we can apply and have the maximum benefit of plasma water, and how long the effect of plasma water is visible. If I treat today, whether the seed sown after a month still will have same impact. So these are the basic research questions which we started working on. Next slide, please. So we took on two platform. One is like seed treatment, and second also as a irrigation treatment in initial stages to test under some high throughput platforms. Next one, please. So three of the crops we have chosen under this agreement. One is the sorghum, which is also a mandate crop of IKISAT, and two of the commercial crop, watermelon and chili. So we try to take the combination of genetic material under test, which are hybrid, also the variety and some of the inbred lines. Some checks, very elite checks were taken for comparison, so that comparison is fair enough for to realize the potential of plasma water. Next one, please. Some of the concentration we worked out with plasma water team, and also the concentration which has been worked out, it is in when we give the seed priming or seed treatment in one volume and if we double the total volume, what will happen? The volume, doubling the volume has a risk. If water treatment priming is too liquid, it will enhance, it can trigger the germination, which we don't want. We wanted it only seed treatment. So careful revision has been taken to realize that how much we can double the volume of the treatment. Next one. Also, to test the period of effectiveness, we have done seed treatment, and alternate days we have taken sowing. First day, third day, fifth day, 7th day, up to 15 days we went for testing. Two of the method, one is lab-based method, which is very simple one, fairly Petri plate germination test under incubator and also at room temperature. And second testing we have done under our high throughput phenotyping platform, which is called LizzieScan. It is 24/7 monitoring system, which as after sowing, it can monitor up to 45 to 60 days the continuous growth in the plant. So we utilize these two systems to test this initial research questions. Next one. So some of the results of in vitro germination studies, what we found. Under germination study, we consider one is very common trait, germination percentage, and then also the seedling vigor, which has been tested under as length of radicle, length of plumule, and seedling dry biomass. Next one, please. So in germination percentage, as you can see, all the plasma water treated concentrations were far behind the tap water, and some of the concentrations were very good. It can take your germination percentage up to 95%, and some are like not that much effective. So our focus is now to optimize which are the concentration and volumes which are more effective, because compared to tap water or non-treated seed, we could see the clear differences with plasma water. Next one, please. This is some of the initial Petri plate pictures where we can see those. Last one is tap water, where we can see those growth is quite slow. It is very, very initial pictures. And we see the seedling after 7 days of sowing. As everyone is showing that showing that this when we treat the seedling, initial growth is quite fast, and that will give an initial establishment of plant, and is very evident like from these pictures and many series of experiment we did, and we found the similar results. Next one, please. One of the key observation that the root hairs are higher in plasma water treated seed compared to the tap water. It quickly, roots appear quickly, and the hairs also appear very quickly, so that it allows more nutrient absorption, or it could be possible that the whole cells get more permeable for absorption of extra nutrients. Next one, please. This is some of the results of watermelon, where the similar results we found, different concentrations. One thing is very clear that compared to non-treated, all treated one is better. But among the treated, which concentration work, and whether one concentration work across the species, or there is a different concentrations apply for each crop species. Next one, please. This is also a result for chili. Chili initially grow very slow. So we could see that non-treated compared to non-treated, others were having a significant differences, higher growth and a higher biomass accumulation. But the concentration among them is like there is a differences. Next one, please. So if I have to conclude on germination and initial higher biomass, on biomass, dry biomass, we can say that up to seedling stage, you can say that plasma water treatment enhance the germination, especially when your seeds are of lower quality, like the aged seed or the infested seeds or the seeds which are like having some kind of dormancy. Plasma water enhance the germination much higher than compared to the hybrid or fresh seed. Second is like the germination is faster, and therefore the initial seedling vigor is higher. Therefore, the biomass is higher, and in field, this initial higher biomass give better establishment of seedlings in the real field, and maybe faster growth. Next one, please. Impact of duration. So this is also we tried, as I was saying, we took the staggered sowing, and this SOP optimization took us some time, and it is not same for each crop. Like sorghum, after 7 days of sowing is good enough to assess, but watermelon 10 days and chili after 15 days because it grows quite slower. Next one, please. So what we have seen that in a staggered sowing, at least alternate 3 sowings, like up to 5 to 7 days, the impact is there. Like it is not significantly different than after 5 to 7 days of sowing. So this also means when we treat the seed up to 5 days very comfortably, you can take the sowing, and it will have this more or less same impact on germination and initial seedling establishment. But if we delay sowing more than 7 days, you will observe the impact has diluted, and you may not be able to harvest the good benefit of plasma water treated seeds. Next one, please. This is against other crops results where chili, watermelon, and sorghum has been compared. More or less, it is like up to 7 days there were significant differences, but after that the quality of seed deteriorates, and the effect of plasma water dilutes. Next one, please. So the conclusion is that 5 to 7 days is good for at least for this crop which we have tested. For after treatment, if there is a delay in sowing, still we can harvest the maximum benefit up to 5 days. Next one. Seedling vigor. So little bit of information on those plumule and radical growth. Next one, please. So we also, as IKAR has used as a system, we also use the root scanning system to optimize the root surface area, root volume, root diameter, different parameters, because we observed that with plasma water, root growth is faster initial stages, and whether which are the parameter more enhanced to detail, to magnify those details, we use this Winrhizo system for optimization of this root traits. Next one, please. So some of the concentration, these are the like, except the last one, all others are different concentrations of plasma water. And you can see the brown one is radical root growth, and blue is shoot growth. And we could see some concentration enhance radical growth higher than some concentration which has lower radical growth and enhance the shoot growth, like plumule growth higher. So it's a very fine line between those concentrations, and it acting in a different way. We are yet to explore more detailed experiment on this, but initial 3 experiment result has indicated that there is a different concentration play a different role, and especially in sorghum, it's enhancing some of this higher growth of roots, and those are the one which among all the treated seeds grow faster. Next one, please. This is again, those concentration were hidden because it's a trade secret, but we can see that if we magnify the concentration which are giving higher root growth, it is, and you apply on all 3 crops, you see those radical growth, all darker color of blue, red, and green is root growth, and the lighter color is shoot growth. It is enhancing the root growth. So optimizing those concentration, which is enhancing more of root growth, have a higher chances that initial seedling vigor is high and seed establishment is better. Next one, please. We can see in the pictures also those root hairs and root fibers are more rigorous in some of the treated compared to the tap water. Next one, please. So for to understand this further, we are taking some RNAs transcriptomic analysis, what kind of proteins are getting initiated, or what are the biochemical pathway which is triggering this kind of responses. for that, we are sampling, we have sampled and analysis yet to be done. Next one, please. Second system, what we have used is lysimetric system, which is high throughput and continuous monitor the growth. We wanted to see if these responses are, how long it can go. Although early vegetative growth was only we were targeting, but under that, if there is a consistent response or particular stage enhance the growth of seedling. So for that, coming beyond the seedling stage, we use this facility for assessing what happens after seedling once the high seedling vigor is achieved. So next one, please. Little bit details that it is very robust system. It monitor continuous. It has different bands and laser systems. 3D point cloud is the technology which extract, and it is used from last almost 10 years. We are using it for different kind of optimization. It is very fast, like 4,800 microplot. It can characterize in just 2 hours for 10 morphological trait and 7 spectral traits. So very detailed study we have taken under this lysimetric system. Next one, please. So you can see some of the concentration right from sowing to till early vegetative growth stage is like outperforming compared to other concentration and also compared to the control. Next one, please. This is the same system once we planted and there was a waterlogging, heavy rain episode, but still we were able to differentiate some of the treatments from those experiments also. Next one, please. This is again the result of some more experiments which we have taken. Some concentrations are outperforming compared to other concentration and also compared to the control. Next one, please. This is again different parameters also have the, like plant height is enhanced better than some other concentrations. Next one, please. So we are also testing watermelon and chili on same platform, and some results, some interesting results are there, which is not kept here, but it will be presented in next opportunity. Yeah, you can see those differences coming from those high throughput systems. Next one, please. Yeah, so initial research question which were taken has been answered. The effective concentration has been identified. First and foremost, this plasma water has an impact on germination, and this technology can bridge some of the yield gaps, at least at the farmer field. And those effective concentrations are identified in the crops which we are working with plasma water. Some more concentration we are yet to refine, and if we see how long it can work, so one is important that it is up to 5 days it can work effectively and very comfortably. Also, this technology, if we have tested up to initial early growth, but that also has a value. Whether it will take up to yield or not, that has to be tested. But many of the crop breeding programs are exploiting the early vigor trait because it has a lot of value, like groundnut early vigor enhance the drought adaptation. Early vigor help in higher yield. Like those early vigor has an importance because it has initial pegging. Similarly, for some of the arid crops like pearl millet, early vigor has a role in a better yield or better adaptation. So in that way, this trait has quite importance in the breeding programs, and this trait can be further exploited, and this technology can be integrated for those breeding programs which are for early adaptation. Thank you. Please change the slide.
Thank you, Dr. Sunita. That was a most exhaustive presentation on the research work that is happening at IKISAT with plasma water trials. I would now like to invite Mr. Ini, Chairman Plasma Waters Inc., to please come and felicitate Dr. Sunita. With this, we come to the next part of today's first half of the conference. We have seen some very interesting presentations, and now we are moving forward to a panel discussion. Before we start off the panel discussion, I would just like to inform our FPOs that after lunch, here in the auditorium itself, we would be having the presentations on the new initiatives in the model village, which were yesterday in English. We will be having them in Hindi, and we would be also, all the presenters will be taking questions. तो अभी थोड़ी देर बाद जब हम भोजन के लिए जाएंगे, तत्पश्चात जब वापस हम यहीं पर ऑडिटोरियम में आएंगे, कल जो हमने एक आदर्श ग्राम के नए इनिशिएटिव्स देखे थे, उनके ऊपर हिंदी में यहाँ पर बात करेंगे हमारे वही प्रेजेंटर्स। और यदि आपके मन में कोई प्रश्न होगा किसी भी इनिशिएटिव को लेकर, तो आप उन प्रेजेंटर्स से अपना सवाल अवश्य पूछ सकते हैं। तो with this, we move ahead to the panel discussion on innovation and technology in agriculture as a solution to global challenges in the connected world, and how to define a roadmap to unlock India's potential. The moderator for this panel discussion is Ms. Pragya Kalia, MD, Plasma Water Solutions, India. And the panelists, I would like to invite them to the dais. Dr. Victor Sefa, Global Program Director, EST, IKISAT. I invite Mr. PVS Surya Kumar, former MD from NABARD. Dr. Shiv Kumar Yadav, National Principal Investigator and Principal Scientist, Division of Seed and Science Technology, IARI at IKISAT. I also invite Dr. Dinesh Kumar Chauhan, Head AIP IKISAT, and Mr. Anil Kumar SG, Founder CEO, Samunnati. We welcome all our panelists to the dais. I take this opportunity to introduce the moderator for today's panel, Ms. Pragya Kalia, MD, Plasma Waters. Ms. Kalia has set up Plasma Waters in India and is leading the company in India with a strong purpose of creating a deeper and wider impact on the lives of farmers. Though she started her career as an economist with CII, she has been a business leader for more than 2 decades now, with cross-functional stints across consumer-centric domains like consumer durables, BFSI, healthcare, and oil and gas, with leading brands such as Eureka Forbes, Philips, IFB, ICICI, and ExxonMobil. Ms. Kalia has held several country-level leadership positions for the past many years in companies widely ranging from the startup to a steady state. She's a postgraduate in economics and completed her MBA in marketing from Symbiosis. She is an ADP alumnus of the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania and has a keen interest in design thinking, digital marketing, and data science. She considers herself to be an eternal student. And as we have all discovered by now, she's a heartfulness meditator and a trainer for many years now. So I now invite Ms. Pragya to take the panel discussion forward.
Thank you so much, Darshwinder. Let me just begin by introducing the panelists, and it is an honor to be with you all. I have a lot of learnings that I'm going to have today from this panel discussion, and I request my audience to just bear with us for a few more minutes if you are hungry, because we are going to be really, I think a lot of food for thought is going to come from this panel discussion, and then we'll serve you real food. Okay, so let's begin. Dr. Victor, he's the Global Research Program Director, Enabling Systems Transformation. He's a Ghanaian citizen. He's a seasoned agricultural economist and research for development practitioner. He holds a PhD in agricultural economics from Germany. With over 22 years of expertise, he's adept in research management, program design, implementation, feasibility assessment, impact evaluation, and resource allocation. He oversees R&D for 6 clusters: technology adoption and impact assessment, markets, institutions, and policies, agri-business innovation platform, nutrition, dietary behavior, and smart foods, gender and youth, and knowledge management and capacity development. Victor advocates public-private partnerships to drive agricultural innovations, enhancing production systems, market efficiencies, agri-business models, and policy reforms. He is skilled in integrated economic biophysical modeling, optimizing agrarian water use at river basin levels for sustainability. I welcome you, Victor.
Thank you very much, Pragya.
We have our panelist number 2, Dr. Shiv Kumar Yadav. He is the principal scientist and head ICAR IARI Regional Station Karnal. He is seed technologist by education and experience. He has vast experience on seed quality, evaluation, and enhancement. He has also worked on nucleus and breeder seed production of field crops, besides varietal development and DUS testing of pigeon pea, mustard, and tomato. He is currently working as the head of Regional Station Karnal, which is dedicated to nucleus and breeder seed production of field and vegetable crops. He has been the outstanding teacher and involved in guidance of PG students of IARI since 2005. He is winner of several awards for his contribution in agriculture in general and seed science in particular. Welcome you, sir. We have Mr. PVS Suryakumar, former Deputy Managing Director of National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, that is NABARD. He joined NABARD in 1986 and has handled a variety of functions: appraisal, funding, and monitoring of projects, headed and implemented various types of programs, training policies, advocacy, and communications. Academically, he obtained a master's in plant genetics from the Indian Agricultural Research Institute, New Delhi, in 1986. He is a Commonwealth scholar and obtained master's in sustainable development from UK. He undertook the 25th Management Education Program at the IIM Ahmedabad, that is Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, in 2001. He is an associate of Indian Institute of Banking and Finance. He is an author of cases, contributed to newspapers on policy issues, and published 2 books on cases in sustainable agriculture. Welcome you, sir. The next on the panel is Dr. Dinesh Kumar Chauhan. He's head agribusiness and innovation platform IKISAT. Dr. Chauhan is a seasoned agribusiness professional with 22 years of experience in leadership roles across non-profit and private sectors. Dr. Chauhan has a proven track record in business development, resource mobilization, and international partnerships. He brings with him expertise in agtech, good agricultural practices, fresh produce quality management, and techno-economic feasibility analysis. He holds a PhD in management, a master's in agribusiness, and a second master's in food technology, along with significant exposure to global context. He's well known within the industry circles and is a recognized public speaker. Welcome you, Dr. Chauhan. Last but not the least, our very friend and inspirer, Anil Kumar SG. he is the founder and CEO of Samunnati. His passion to bring resounding impact in the agri ecosystem led to the establishment of India's largest enterprise, Samunnati Group. His vision was translated to Samunnati's mission, which is to create an open agri network to unlock the $1 trillion plus potential of Indian agriculture with smallholder farmers at the center of it. Anil has close to 3 decades of experience in the areas of rural, retail, and agribusiness. Anil's professional journey has lent him an understanding of Indian smallholders farmers. Prior to Samunnati, Anil was the co-founder and trustee of IFMR Trust and the CEO of IFMR Rural Channels. Anil holds a master's in management from the Asian Institute of Management, Manila. He also holds a master's in business administration from Symbiosis, my senior, and a graduate degree in humanities from Osmania University, Hyderabad. Welcome you, Anil. So without further ado, I think you all are dying to hear the panel. And it's my pleasure to welcome all the panelists to this conversation on innovation and tech in agriculture, a solution to global challenges in the connected world. This is going to be the part 1. And the part 2 is how to define a roadmap to unlock India's potential to contribute to the world, as part 2, right? So let us begin. So let us quickly understand from all of you, what according to you are the top 1 or 2 challenges which we are talking about, which is really faced by the world today? What are we solving for?
Yeah, thanks, Pragya. So I think that throughout the world, everybody is crying, about food systems that we are struggling with. I mean, we are in a time when there has been so much food produced, but the challenges we have is to produce the food sustainably, and to also ensure that what we eat is that nutritious enough and brings out the desired health outcomes. I think that has been the major challenge, and this is throughout the world, whether developed or developing country. Now, what is critical, and of course, in some countries, particularly in developing and middle-income countries, there are issues, related to the production side, yield gaps. So, if you take countries like Africa, when it comes to, for example, fertilizers, they are not even producing, the minimum. Some countries are around, let's say, 8 kilograms per hectare of fertilizer. So definitely not meeting those yield gaps. India, for example, is around 180 kilograms per hectare of fertilizer. So of course, the challenge here is that we also now have, once you have put in more fertilizers, and if it is chemical fertilizer, the challenge you have is that then you also have pollution of the environment and issues related to biodiversity loss. So that's for the production side. Even where the resources are there, you need to ensure that you are producing them and producing them sustainably without causing harm to the environment. Now, on the supply side, I think there's so much that is in terms of in the demand side, so much food, but the challenge that we have is how nutritious and healthy they are. This is a problem also, within so many countries, and we're struggling at the moment to ensure that people can eat healthy food. So that's one of the challenges that we have, and I think that combined with that, it's also issues related to policy, enabling policy to support, some of the things that we do for both the demand and the supply side. So I think these are challenges, and innovations, digital innovations. We've heard a lot this morning already. The plasma water itself, issues related to blockchain, digitalization, geospatial sciences. These are actually the ways to be able to help us unlock some of these challenges that we do. But I think I'll stop here and let others take from.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Victor, for making my job easy. I 100% agree that there are challenges of the climate, There are problems of environmental degradation. I would also add to it that there are a problem of resource constraints. The population is growing and resources are limiting. So with the growing food demands, agriculture is facing constraints of whether it is water, soil health, biodiversity, of course, alongside increasing the pressure to reduce the emissions as well. We are talking about the carbon footprints. Climate resilience is very much a need of the hour, and farmers around the world are actually increasingly vulnerable to climate-related risks. So we need to develop resilient systems to ensure that there are consistent production and the food security of the globe is ensured. One more important thing is that whether we talk of food production system or supply chain or the knowledge system, they are actually interdependent. So we need to connect them. So connectivity is missing. Thank you very much.
I would be much more basic, very philosophical when you're talking about the problems at the global scale. There are two words which the economics people and philosophers use: interconnectedness, and some people also say decoupled. Actually, some people say everything is decoupled. Sometimes economists use the word we are decoupled. Indian economy is decoupled. I think two instances make us really think whether these two words, which one is really correct. I think in 2020 in June, there is something called as a global dust plume, which flew all the way across Atlantic from Sahara Desert, all the way to New York and to Amazon Basin. And little later, COVID happened, and the whole economy across the world came to a grinding halt. This little acceptance that anything living on the world is interconnected makes us become humble and look at problems in a different level. This little acceptance of interconnectedness of all living beings would bring in universal brotherhood. Yes, it is not easy, but this would enable us to make us take little baby steps to really go a little forward. Unless until we accept everything is interconnected, we can never find a solution. Forget about global level, even for the country. Especially anything living is interconnected. Thank you.
So, I would agree with the previous speakers, and maybe the bigger challenges for agriculture is, as you all know, that their land obviously is shrinking, arable land is shrinking, and the population is multiplying at a rapid pace. And then there are a lot of global changes which are happening across the globe, and especially with the climate change which is happening now, it is becoming much more difficult for us to plan ahead and how to address all these challenges. On the one side, we may find that there are surpluses of commodities on the supply side at some parts of the world. On the other side, we will see that there are a lot of people who are unable to get those commodities, and there is a acute shortage of those commodities. This is not happening at the global level, but it is also happening at a regional level and maybe at the country level as well. Being an agriculturist and working in the industry, we can definitely see there are a lot of pain points which needs to be addressed, right? So we can also see that there are a lot of innovative technologies which are now available, but then there is another challenge in how to scale these technologies, how to take up these technologies, how to make people understand the use cases of these technologies, and what role we from industry can play for the adoption of those technologies, right?
and then whether those technologies are always suitable at all the locations or it has to be specific, right? So we also have to understand those challenges. And also there are a lot of inefficiencies in the value chains, right? So it is not always that we have to always focus on the productivity, right? So maybe there are other areas in supply chain which can be, if handled efficiently and the right information is available at the right point of time, then maybe we can do with less as well, right? So on the one hand, there are developed economies in the world where we are wasting a lot of food on the plate. On the other hand, there are underdeveloped economies of the world where we are wasting a lot of food or commodities at the field level. So we have to work on all these fronts, and technology plays a very important role. But the next challenge is that how to scale those technologies, how to make those technologies adoptable in countries and economies like India and Africa, where we have a lot of small and marginal farmers over there, how to focus on collective farming. Our friends are doing a lot of things around that. Then there is a challenge of finance. We also see a lot of urbanization which is happening now, and then there is a lot of shift in food habits across the people, across the globe, on the cities and all those places. We have to address those things. Parallelly, we have to also focus on nutrition. So there are a lot of challenges which are happening. How we can connect all these dots and find a solution under the climate crisis, right? So that is again another thing. Yeah, thank you.
One of the biggest takeaways for me ever since Samunnati's journey is that irrespective of which geography or climatic zone or the country you represent, the plight of smallholder farmers is the same. Lack of access to financial services, lack of access to markets that they can buy and sell, and most importantly, not having a safety net to switch or adapt to newer technologies, because any of these switches failing would be debilitating to them in terms of how vulnerable they are economically. Second challenge that is enhancing or pronouncing this situation for the smallholder farmer is the climate change. It is only accelerating the problem, and hence appreciating the fact that smallholder farmers across the world, including the presentation that we had earlier in the day from Madagascar, only validated the point that smallholder farmers need a comprehensive solution, and that's the biggest challenge.
So thank you for all those perspectives and the collection of challenges that we have seen. I mean, it's too many. It looks like that we are literally, totally surrounded by multiple challenges. But the good thing that I heard from all of you is that while we need to be connected, that's a very important point, that we need to remain connected as different boundaries, human beings, doesn't matter. But at the same time, self-sustainability is equally important. So a combination of both is probably the sweet sauce that we have to arrive at. So my next question to all of you is, we have decent introductions of technologies and innovations in the agri space. Huge amount that has happened in last, several years and a decade or so. What are the impediments or rather roadblocks that you see in bringing them to the real world? And I think I would really ask Anil to begin with your view on this. Impediments and roadblocks of bringing these technology to the real world.
Well, Pragya, I will take the real world as when the farmer would start using it and paying for it.
Absolutely.
Let's take that as the use case. It is very, very important for the farmer to see a positive correlation between using the technology, paying for it, and that resulting into additional income for them. If that causal equation or causal factor is not established unambiguously, that use of, I'm taking this as an example, use of plasma waters resulting into economic gains and hence charging for it, is the perfect equation, which I'm confident after the field trials, of course. Correct. If that causal equation is not clear or is ambiguous, then the farmers would hesitate not only to pay, but also to try it out. Classic example that we have as a test case and a successful case is the dairy industry. Indian farmers moved from the traditional ways of propagation of the cattle to after the Operation Flood, to the artificial insemination, because they knew that the artificial insemination would propagate the economic well-being, because the cow gets impregnated, then you have the calf, and then that starts yielding milk, and hence paying 250 to 300 rupees to a paravet is an investment and not an expenditure. Contrary to that, you go to an insurance product. Most of the rural households are not insured. The prevalence of insurance is abysmally low in the Indian rural households, because it gets sold as an investment. And if they feel that if for any reason I have not used the insurance as a cover, should I get my money back? So any technology that aspires to get adopted and paid for in the context of the smallholder farmer needs to have this correlation, this attribution of use this and hence you will get more money. And getting more money is linked to using this. Both, corollary is also an important dimension. That's where we have to focus on. Or else you tell them AI and ML, and I go to the satellite and see the picture and I'll tell you what is there in your field. They say I go to my field every day, I know what is there in my field. You don't need to tell me that.
Yes.
But the other AI could be a good example. The artificial insemination could be a good example to see how this positive correlation between spending and earning can be linked to the new technology. That's it.
So, Dr. Chauhan, I want to take this to little outside the boundary. Now, tech and innovation, there are a lot of startups in the country and also from the other side of the world, right? How do we really, institutes like IKISAT, which has international presence, what do you think could be the role of such institutes in actually cross-breeding these, intelligent technologies and innovations and ensuring that this really gets adopted? Do you see any, I would say, ray of hope on that area?
Yeah, so yes, obviously yes, and if I talk about like IKISAT and especially agribusiness and innovation platform, which actually I lead, we are actually one of the oldest incubation platform in the country, and we are the first one as an incubator in the country for that matter. For the benefit of all, like more than 22 plus incubators in the country were trained and capacitated by us. So most of the startups and technologies which currently you find in India, especially in food and agri value chain, they are directly or indirectly emerged out of AIP within IKISAT. And then what I see that the advantage of platforms like AIP within IKISAT, the how we operate, is that we actually work very closely with all these startups and the technologies available and who are incubated with us, and we also identify newer technologies. We reach out to them ourselves as well and help them in scaling up. Plus we also integrate the lot of research which is happening under various programs within IKISAT, and we take those technologies along with the startup technologies, we combine both of them and then take this to implement on the ground as well. So we also implement a lot of these cross-cutting experiments on the ground. We actually do a lot of these programs with donor support and multilateral support, and we have seen a good amount of outcome of those kind of implementation on the ground. But I see that there is still a lot of work to be done. Whatever we have done, we need to take it to the next level. We have been able to do work at a larger scale. Maybe, for example, we have done programs running across the states and across geographies as well. But I think for the matter, there are a lot of good and encouraging technologies. We have seen the adoption also on the ground. But then another challenge which Anil was saying, that how to make it scalable and whether how to take it to the next level when the community comes forward and adopts those technologies, right? And maybe once the farmer sees the profitability by adopting those things and significant amount, then they will be willing to come forward. And there has to be also some concentrated effort from all these tech companies and startups to see and focus on that front as well. So it is very important to add value to the outcome. There may be a technology which may be very good, but does the technology is really adding to the outcome of the farmer? And if it is not at 10x level or 5x level, maybe the adoption will not be happening, right? So we need to see from as an incubator, as a startup founder or maybe innovator, I have to see that what real value I'm going to add and solve those complex problems. Until and as that is happening, the adoption will not happen. And definitely the organization, the institute like IKISAT and other research organization, they have got a lot of research within their portfolio. The problem is that whether they are getting translated into the field or not. So in that case of uh, the verticals like AIP plays a very critical role for adoption part of it. Yeah, thank you.
So taking that forward, Surya sir, you have been with NABARD for so long, and that is one bank which really does a lot and understands the pulse of the farmers on one side, and on the other side, the entire financial ecosystem is managed by you guys for the rural India. What is your take? Do you think the technology and the innovations which are right now present in India for the Indian farmers, do you think they are relevant for Indian farmers? And do you think there is a role that a government organization like NABARD has to play in bringing those in the forefront, even educating the farmers to really go for the adoption?
I would look at it like this. Technology plays a major role, and technology has helped Indian farmers a large extent. You used a word called sustainable green revolution. I think all of us are eating our food because of the green revolution. There should not be any iota of doubt. But is the green revolution technology which went into green revolution continues to be sustainable is a big question. I think which we can, if you really want this green revolution to be, Dr. Swaminathan used a word called evergreen revolution. We are using a word called sustainable green revolution. I think one little fact, if you really look at it, the food grain production from 1950s to now has gone up more than 6 times. When the food grain production has gone up by 6 times, has the income for the farmers also, has it gone up by 6 times? The answer is no.
No.
When to make a green revolution sustainable, which is obviously led by technology, and there are technologies available, plasma water is one, unless until you make some extra money into the pockets of the farmer, no technology is as good. Green revolution worked, now it is causing a problem. But if you really, suppose if you want me to back it up with some data which recently came into the market, a farmer with 5 members, his monthly income is 13,661 rupees. His debt is 7 times to 13,661, almost a lakh rupees. And 57% of the farmers still depend on agriculture. Almost 50% of the people still don't have access to financial, what you call formal financial system. So how do we really make this sustainable? If at all, if anything has to be sustainable, if at all, if any there is so much of technology available. So the artificial insemination, which Anil just now said. So unless until we make the technology bring more money to the farmers, it will not be sustainable. I think one more problem, I think one more bottleneck, which I always believe and say, I came from the Indian Council of Agriculture Research System. I studied in Andhra Pradesh Agricultural University. I studied in Indian Agricultural Research Institute. And I have seen agriculture closely during my 37 years across the country in 9 states. See, Green Revolution is caught up in a time wrap which is based on a technology which came in at some point in time. So, but so many things have changed. Unlearning becomes very difficult for an established science which looked at agriculture from a particular way. The whole agriculture system in the country, systems, processes, architecture, is anchored on 1970s, 80s model. So, for example, when you say plasma water is there, so it is technically not part of the science. Many people say, hey, why should I do it? I think there is much more simpler thing called method of growing rice with alternate wetting and drying. It's called a system of rice intensification. We gave money to an organization to grow this on 12,000 hectares in Karnataka, and all the money came back. That means the system has worked. Does the formal science agree? The formal science doesn't agree still. So how do we live in a world which is like this? Is create more examples. For example, if plasma water is working, when we create several examples, they would stare at the system and system would slowly change. System doesn't easily change because there is a hubris always. So creating more examples, creating a tipping point is what counts. And we need to do marketing, we need to do education, we need to do everything. That is how technology can be integrated quickly into the system.
So my takeaway is economic participation for farmers is extremely important.
Yes.
And I also hear you say that somewhere the science textbooks need to be relooked at.
Honestly, yes. I think I'm not accusing anyone. The reason why I'm saying is I studied science. I have friends in the system, but I also worked across the country. I see what happens. For example, so Indian Green Revolution was based on one soil science textbook which all of us studied. I still remember the name I purchased. It's called Buckman and Brady. It is a soil science which is based on temperate agriculture. India is tropical agriculture. So we should have a system, we should have books which are tailored to India. Why do we really still believe in Buckman and Brady? So we used it. We need to progress. But still, hubris catches you always. Every system. Hubris is the word.
So my next panelist, Dr. Shiv Kumar, has already got his question and from you, and he needs to now tell us how do we really cut down on the innovation cycle from the lab to the field? How do we really reduce the period? Because on one side, for startup companies, the runway is always very short. And if the path to the good, doing the good to the world is too long, then the doer is not going to survive. And on the other side, our science books need to be reviewed, and we still are, we still have the path to cover. So what do you say? How do you really see this solving for?
Well, really tough questions he has posed, but certainly I myself belong to a farming family. And since last 28 years, I'm in the National Institute and working very closely with the farmers all through 28 years. So I'll take 2-3 minutes of your time. When we say technology, why it is not adapted? First and foremost thing, Anil sir very rightly said, Surya sir also said, it is all about economics. If farmer finds it economically viable, you need not to run after him or her. They will come to you, sir, madam, I want this technology. And of course, the agricultural technologies are different than the other commercial technologies. So the module for adoption should be different, as Johan sir has rightly pointed out about it. That we cannot have the same system of technology adoption for the agricultural technologies to the farmers. Particularly in India, these holdings are small, the farmer is generally poor or absentee farmers like us. So my point here is that we really need to see at the development process how farmer friendly that technology will be if we are developing some technology. So 2 points: farmer friendly technology and economically viable technology. When it comes to technology, education of the farmer is again very important. In fact, it is a vicious cycle. The people who are poor are less educated, and those who are less educated, they are say poor. It is like that. So education through demonstrations, through trainings, it is really lacking. uh, if at all we are to transfer technologies, there should be a proper education of the farmer, and that is very much required. When we talk of new technology, there are issues of transfer of technology. There is means when I say transfer of technology, even I work in a government organization. My scientist in the next room doesn't trust me. Really, I'm honest about it. And if we talk about public-private partnership, that is really again a big issue. We do not want to share our material with public and private, and private doesn't want to share anything with us. This is also a fact. So confidence is lacking. Again, our policymakers. First and foremost thing, I believe that our policymakers should also need to be educated. They do not understand what it is. BT is a burning example in India. So, not going into much details about the BT, but of course, when it comes policies, sometimes people like Surya sir at the helm of affairs, they make the policy. When it comes to implementation, people like me, they will be dumped. So it is revamping the whole system, which is very much required. So so that the risk-taking capacity of the farmer is improved, and farmer adopts the technology which is economically viable and farmer friendly. This is my point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I'll just quickly ask one question to Victor, and then I want to jump to our part 2 because that's very important and people are waiting for that. So, Victor, talking about public-private partnership, which is your core subject, uh, if you are given a, you know, magical wand and you are given to decide what is that one thing that you will change to make the public-private partnership work?
Yeah, I think now we're moving into this era that I'm sure a lot of you have heard. We're getting more into what we call social enterprise. Yeah, so which is where also the public-private partnership comes in. The challenge is exactly what we said. You know, public will always see things in terms of benefits to public, of course, which does not necessarily reconcile with the profit-making optimization of the private sector. So I have involved in several projects like that, where somewhere along the line, the private sector says, no, we want to change and get this done. Of course, the business is dynamic. So you should be able to, make those adjustments. And sometimes when we work in project mode, it becomes very difficult. One of the things that I would just want to emphasize, based also on what colleagues have said, is and this issue of you may have a good model, and all that, but what is critical in this adoption is about one thing we call scaling readiness. Is the technology ready for scale? And that is an assessment that has to be done. I'm happy, for example, like plasma waters, you are doing it. When it gets to the farmer's field, trust me, we've all done a lot of research, but I'm sure there are a lot of farmers here. Farmers do a lot of research. I have seen in Africa, and I'm probably sure it does happen here, where a farmer was mixing weedicide with fertilizer to apply on the field. And I was like, what is wrong with you? Then he said, yeah, you don't know because you sitting there, listen, you don't know what is happening here on the field. Because I was like, how? Weedicide and fertilizer? Yes, but they are also doing research. So the challenge we have is that, we have to ensure that these things are adaptable, on the farmer's situation. And I think we mentioned a lot of it here. of course, in this story that I was saying, I later on tried to find out, and I think that this mixing that I don't know how it came was able to kill a particular pest. Yeah, I was very surprised because the work that I do, we normally go and do impact assessments. We have spend time talk to the farmers, what are the similar things that they do, and they will share all the jokes with you. So that's one critical thing. Now, the other issue here in this kind of public-private partnership is the inclusivity. In most cases, maybe you research will design something and then you say it's good for you. But then you also have to think, is the private entity, the public, but also the farmer. Where is the inclusivity? And inclusivity is both gender and also in these days, another problem we probably didn't mention is the high youth unemployment. And a lot of our farmers are aging and we are not getting the youth to get into agriculture. So if anything that we need to do, of course, the gender, we need to ensure women are inclusive. We cannot think for them. I just give you an example. There was an advert in Ghana talking about drones. So they advertised, they wanted people to come and then they train them. So in the advert, it says drone technician. That's what they put in the daily papers. They just got about 50 applications. So a consultant who was told them, on this youth and gender expert, he told them, let us change this to drone pilots.
Yeah, absolutely.
In 2 days, they received more than 3,000 applications. The same advert. Yeah. So I think the issue here is about, like I said, making sure that whatever model that you have, public, private, it's inclusive, it considers the youth, gender, and then there's also the local ownership. If they see it as some kind of freebie coming, they will not. And that is very typical, especially for those of us who implement projects. Oh, this is project, this is government money. That will never be sustainable. And we have examples. For example, we have these primary and secondary processing centers that we established, some in Anantapur, where we have local production, local ownership, women's collectives. So they own this thing. We handhold them for like 3 years, and then they run it on their own. And that has been so successful because then we also have institutional buyers. So the food that they produce, this ready to cook, ready to eat food, goes to the Angawali centers. So we call it a convergence model. And just 2-3 days ago, we shared this when I was in a conference in Zimbabwe and with the World Food Program. And they are very much interested in getting that done in Malawi. And so as I sit now, I have to send one of my staff from India because they want the model from here. So to go to stay there for like 4 months to help them develop that program. So these are some of the things that are very, very critical. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think you touched many, many important points, and you have already kind of set a very good context for the next part of the conversation, which is about unlocking India's potential to contribute to the world, which is laying a roadmap, right? So, coming to my personal experience of 2 years, visiting villages and meeting farmers, has been that most of the companies just go to them and claim some benefits, and there are enough options for them in the to really choose from, and sometimes they get confused, and so they don't do anything. That is one. Second, I have seen that there is, as you said rightly, there is always a influencer, a local influencer, who's more believed than anybody else. And third thing that I heard from you, which is also I can share with you, that personal experience, that farmers are scientists. And I think the way they approach the whole farming is so amazing. And that leads to the question of how do we now, we have so much of talent, even in the rural belt of India, if you see, if we are empowering the youth and bringing all these technologies and giving it into their hands, training them, then there are chance and hope that things will probably look different and better. And that takes me to the next round of conversation on entrepreneurship. And I see that this entire rural entrepreneurship as a model for villages that we spoke about yesterday also under Model Village. And I think Samunnati has done a fabulous work on that, collecting different elements which are important to develop a village. So, question to you, Anil: how do we really now? there are pockets of excellence here and there. There are a lot of organizations I've heard doing great work. How do we really collect all of this and bring it to the forefront? It's like uniting the center of excellences of company X, organization Y, government B, organization or research institute A. How do we bring all of them together? Is there a way or methodology that we kind of work with everybody and bring it to the forefront, like what we were trying to do in the model village? Can you throw some light, because you're working with so many number of startups and organizations?
Well, each one of us have to become Zubin Mehta's or Ilaiyaraaja's. You need to orchestrate, because there are so many wonderful initiatives that are happening in the agri ecosystem that, each one of us, if we understand how these things are happening, and if we pick one virtue, which is collaboration, as a primary intervention, then a lot can happen. The moment we say, no, I want to lay the road, I want to also manufacture the car, and then I want to sell both the road and the car to people to make money, then it becomes difficult. This is where I see the promise that the FPO as a segment is offering us as a country. Because FPOs are, for me, like the highways. They provide access to the farmer. Can we then look at all the interventions that we have as vehicles that can be applied on the highway, so that the FPOs will become the window to the world for the smallholder farmers, whether it is for input, whether it is for market linkages, whether it is for information, whether it is for access. And then they get to benefit from all the interventions coming in. I think once we look at collaborating with all the players, we work with many incubators that Dr. Dinesh mentioned about. We have an ongoing MOU with the IKISAT on your agri incubation program for machine manufacturers for millets. And millets is another fantastic value chain where we launched a couple of years ago an initiative called United by Millets, where all of us who are part of this millet value chain are united by what is required for millets. Right? So, it's easier said than done, Pragya. It is more an aspiration and a prayer that all of us need to have. But the only way that I feel where we can unlock this is working with the FPOs, empowering them to play the role of institutions, and then each, we heard Manoj sir talking about agri-economic zones. It was music to my ears, because 4 years ago I was saying that each FPO can actually be potential in agri-economic zone, because they can have an input shop, they can have information dissemination center on good agricultural practices, then handhold the cultivation as a process so that responsible usage of chemicals would happen, then have a procurement center, then have a primary processing, secondary processing, and the micro economic zone that they represent can be sold. And there are FPOs which are doing parts of all of this. We have an FPO from Cheyyar. There is an FPO in Virudunagar where they actually procure rice, convert that into dosa batter and sell to their people. And that dosa batter is 50% cheaper than what we find online from ID and Tayar. Right? So there are entities which are doing it. But can we proliferate? Can we showcase examples in terms of doing it? That's important.
Okay, so one last point, and I just want to have any one of you can just quickly take a shot on that. Is do you believe India can contribute to the world? And if yes, then how?
There is no doubt about it. I have the mic, I would tell you. Okay, we are going to be the provider of food security for the world, and I have no doubt about it. We have to make it happen. That's it.
Yes, I think Surya sir.
Technically, it is a possibility, huge possibility, because India has such a vast, what you call agroclimatic zone number. vast, so many crops, very informed farmers. We need to put things together. That's it. I think in Telugu there is a, since we are in Hyderabad, there is a word used in Andhra Pradesh, combined Andhra Pradesh, I mean to say, Bhayam and Bhakti. Bhayam is fear, Bhakti is respect. That means when you have respect towards organizations and people, things will fall in place. I think the respect for institutions, both private, public, if they go up, if they act in such a way, things will are possible. Not self-aggrandizement, collaboration.
Great. I think, Miss. Okay. Yeah. Then Dr. Chauhan. Yeah. No, no. Please, please continue.
So I would like to add, like, no doubt about like India has a potential, right? So we have seen on the ground, and not only in the developed states, progressive states, but even the backward states of the country, the farmers are so progressive. They just need the hand-holding support, right? So they are ready to grow like anything. You only just need to give them some small support. Like what Victor was saying, that we work very closely with women's self-help groups and empowered them with technology, gave them the technology, and then they are doing a beautiful work, right? So we all have to give them support in terms of infrastructure, in terms of technology, and they are ready to explode. So there is no doubt about it. Yeah, thank you.
So, I mean, I think that is a no-brainer question. Yeah. We at IKISAT, my own personal experience, and we do have what we call a dryland academy, where it's a kind of a one-stop capacity building shop for us. Now, in the past 3-4 months, the requests that we've had, particularly from Africa, of people who want to come and see technology here in India, so that they can also go back and use it, huge. Just last week, I think he was with a team from Uganda. The previous 2 weeks, there was some other group, and in November, there's 2 groups coming from Nigeria. Myself, when I travel, mostly when I'm in Africa, and people get to know that I'm in India, everybody's on me. We want to come visit. So people know, especially on this ICT and also on this digitalization. You know, when I tell people that I can go and buy meat by the roadside and pay from my phone, they get surprised. So that there's no doubt, and there's a huge opportunity, particularly also in areas like farm mechanization, because there have been a lot of programs from MEA where they've sent Indian experts to go and help in-country fabrication of machinery and train them how to maintain them. So that is a sustainable model, not importing from another country and then people are not able to maintain it. So that is there, and particularly in Africa, I can 100% attest to that.
Yes, you sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, India has shown during the Corona times that it was the only agriculture sector which was growing by 4%, right? Rest of the sectors were probably not that effective, and because of which we survived and we rather thrived. So undoubtedly, I agree to all of the panelists that yes, we have the potential, we can deliver it to the world. But my point of say contention, or what should I say, we need to focus on innovation driven agricultural system. We need to develop that. Say for example, only one technology, since we are here for the plasma waters, it can say serve 3 SDG goals. Number 2, which is no hunger. So because no hunger means there will be requirement of food which can be there by the enhanced productivity. Then less of the soil pollution or the climate resilience. This is, if you use plasma water, then of course there will be less use of other chemicals, pesticides, and therefore, and number 13 is climate. So means only one technology can serve for 3 serving the 3 SDGs. So there are so many say technologies which need, but certainly policy support is important. I would reiterate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you all the dear panelists. I think that was a lovely discussion that we had, and I could learn so much today from all of you. I think I'm not satisfied yet because I wanted to continue the conversation, but I'm cognizant of the fact that my audience has not had their lunch, so food for thought is not enough. They really need actual food. So let's do one thing. We will continue our conversation in a podcast series. And I would like to announce that we will begin that podcast series very soon on Plasma Waters platform. So thank you once again. And may I just request Mr. Robert Hart, Mr. Ini, and Mr. Alfredo to come up so that we can have a quick felicitation for our panelists here. I'm sorry, I will not be able to take Q&A right now, but all the questions you can share with us, and I will ensure that you get the answers from the panelists. That is one. And post-lunch, we have kept the FPO session in Hindi, and in that, you can ask as many questions as you want, and we will definitely answer all the questions. Please, can you please do the honors to Dr. Shiv Kumar Yadav? Here. May I request Alfredo to honor Surya sir? Robert, Dr. Chauhan. And can we have a photo, please? That's for you. So can we have... It's already got. Okay, I think we need to look there and smile. Thank you once again, everybody. We break for lunch now, and please gather back again in this hall. Hindi mein session karenge, and for some of the people, I will meet you outside, and we are going to be having a breakout session after lunch. So, सारे फार्मा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनीज के डायरेक्टर्स से निवेदन है कि आप लोग यहाँ लंच के बाद ज़रूर आइए. हम हिंदी में Q&A करेंगे, और इसमें हम प्लाज्मा वाटर्स, बायोचार, हार्टफुलनेस की इनिशिएटिव्स, OMG, जो भी प्रेजेंटेशंस आपने कल देखे थे, उसके ऊपर आपके जो भी सवाल हैं, उसके हम जवाब देंगे. Thank you so much.